bolt on to your butt, Stormchasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
Alright. How we doing today, guys? How we doing? We got mic echo? Got anything crazy happening? Doesn't seem like it so far. Roland was first, I saw that. That much is unfortunately true. We can't keep letting him have things like that, or he'll get wild and he'll start, I don't know, putting gummy worms in like kolaches or something, and it's all downhill from there. All downhill from there. How's the wind? It is hot and southern. Oh, you mean outside? The wind outside. That's what you're talking about. Windy, less than it was. It got bad for a little while there. I did watch one of my wheelbarrows just kind of da-dum across the yard, which was exciting. I have to give it that. Whoop. Just like that. Hey, Wolfenspawn Data Nerds. Sup, nerds? What's up, Puck Duncher? Oh, I have to work tomorrow. Had close to 3 weeks off. I hope that it was a productive 3 weeks. Wolfenspawn. Far too often I find when I have that kind of time off, I'm like, this is gonna be the most productive 3 weeks of my life. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make lists. I'm gonna catch up on shit, and then I binge watch Trailer Park Boys or something like that instead. Cha-cha-cha. Did they take you away? No, but they're coming to. I hear, hey, Vergaderung, how you doing? There's Hetzer21 and Hamburg. Hamburg seems like a nice place. Is there any... I'm going to sound like an idiot here for a second. More so than usual. Is there any relation between the burg of Hamburg and the hamburger? As I say it, I realize it's probably an incredibly stupid thing to ask. I just find myself wondering. Does my focus button work today? Hey, look at that, it does. That's amazing. Way to go, Stream Deck. You do you. I gotta memorize the combinations of buttons from a little clips here so I can do them quickly, but I have access to pretty much all of them now. Yeah, the wind has calmed down quite a bit, Data Nerd. It was like 50 miles an hour for a couple of hours there, and it just kind of came up out of nowhere, but that happens out here. There's nothing to stop the wind out here. I live in the middle of the plains. It's flat. Past the mountains, it's all bets are off. Expensive. Came home with a lot of wine and spirits after a 1,600-kilometer drive. What's that in freedom units? I'm getting pretty good at metric, but pretty much only like millimeter to centimeter to maybe a full-on meter. As soon as we get into kilometers, I'm like, I think there's like a couple of those in a mile. You would think that I'd be better at that because I was military. I should be like, yeah, man, it's 12 clicks to the DZ, but no, that's not. That part didn't stick so much, as it turns out. Scoot these things out of frame. I've been actually working with my camera a little bit, trying to find exactly the settings that I want. I got it rigged up so that I can switch it over to my gaming area so I can use it as a face cam when I'm over there, but I gotta tweak the settings each way that I go. The hamburger steak was invented there, a cooked variant of steak tartare. Isn't that... I mean... That's just hamburger. That's just some hamburger that you cook. That's all that is, isn't it, WJ? Maybe I am under a mistaken impression of what steak tartare is. I confess most of my knowledge of steak tartare came from... Do you guys remember that one episode of Mr. Bean? Back in the day where he orders the steak tartare? That's it. That's pretty much... I'm uncultured swine. I don't know what to tell you. Oof. It's rough, Puck Duncher. 995 freedom units of distance. That's pretty, damn, that's a hell of a drive, man. So we do have trees. The wind here would be much, much worse than it is if we didn't have a windbreak, like a big, thick line. I think it's 4 thick line of trees on the north end of our property, because most of the wind is north to south or south to north. We very rarely get east-west winds. Today was east-west, which is odd. And then it shifted to southerly, which actually eased it off because our windbreak is up to the north. Trees plus wind bad, 80-foot trees around my house. We have I need to find out how tall that tree is. We have a tree here that my grandfather planted. It's over 50 feet high. I'm not sure exactly how high it is, but it's funny because living in the plains, like, there are a lot of areas out here where you'll see there are clusters of trees around property. Ours is the only one that you can see from this far off, where you're like, oh yeah, no, that's the property. It's the only one with a tree that height. I didn't get a picture of it, but we had an American bald eagle, a big one. I'm talking like must have been 3-4 foot wingspan. Fly in last winter, land on top of that insanely tall tree, and just like sit there, surveying, preening. You know how they do? It was pretty cool, actually. I've never seen a bald eagle here before. But he hung out with us for a few minutes. And by hung out with us, I mean, you know, he was several hundred feet away, effectively speaking. But, you know, he chilled. And that was neat. We have a big pair of mating owls. A mating pair of owls, I'm pretty sure. Out on our windbreak. I spooked them the other morning. Taking my dog for a walk. They spooked me because suddenly there was motion like 10 feet away from me, and these two, again, must have been at least 4-foot wingspan birds. What was that? What just happened? Something fall? No? Okay, maybe somebody shut a door. Anyway, went taking off out of the trees, one after another. And I mean, yes, Puck Duncher, that's exactly what I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. Bald eagles all over here last few years. Oh, that's pretty cool. Where do you live, Larabik? If you don't, you know, okay, that's one of those questions where you don't really have to answer that. This is the internet, man. You don't have to give any more information than you want to, and I kind of feel bad even asking, but I am a little bit curious where you're at. Northeast, there we go, that's vague enough. We don't get many out here in the plains, as far as I've seen. We get a lot of birds on my property because we have a lot of trees compared to the rest of the surrounding environment, which is pretty much just plains. You gotta go a ways to find any serious clusters of trees out here, or up into the mountains. But as a result, we draw in a whole lot of birds, any migratory period, which is pretty cool. Also a whole lot of moths, and a whole lot of tumbleweeds, a lot of dust. God, there's been so much dust lately. So much dust. Too much dust. There's Datron Voltari. Good to see you, man. How are things? Decent amount here in North Georgia. How you doing, Lunchbox 7979? Yeah, I'd imagine they're less interesting when you see them that often. I've never seen one out here, and then one comes in. So we don't have that many bats, Data Nerd, and that's something I'm actually trying to change. I put up a couple of, like, bat boxes, you know, where they can roost or hang out, or what is it that bats do? Is there a word for it when they're batting around? Do they bruce? We're gonna have some bats brucing it up out in the bat box. I assume that's correct. Nest? I don't know. Nest doesn't quite describe what I'm trying to say, though. Like, yeah, I want them to nest, but I also want them to just, like, you know, chill. You know what I mean? I feel like that should be called brucing. Saw a bald eagle swooping down to catch some fish a few weeks ago when I went camping. That's pretty hardcore. Did he get any? Just dropping in to say hi. Got a call from my D&D group after canceling this week. Plans changed and they're available tonight. Can I run a game with 5 minutes notice? Tune in to find out. Datron Voltari, I believe in you. Have a good game, man. I mean, it might be a little seat of your pants, you know? Guys, go ahead and give me feedback today, if you don't mind, on the quality of the picture from the new camera, because I've been playing with settings, I've been playing with priorities between shutter speed and exposure. I'm just trying to get it as good as we can on Twitch. I've adjusted my bitrate, I've made sure that we're streaming in 720p, but I'm new to all this, so I'm sure there's some things that I've missed, and if anything looks funny, I would like to know. It's nice, isn't it, Puck Duncher? It's pretty. Now, I do have to kind of manually trigger the focus periodically, which is a little bit lame. I've been thinking about how to fix that, get a better depth of field so I can just set one focus. I might need to physically move it like away from the camera. I might like move the camera away from the space. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. We're gonna figure it out though, I'll tell you that much. looks a bit blurry. Well, I mean, it's gonna look a bit blurry. Damn it, Cybern. Every time. I was like, hey, Cybern, does this picture look okay? It's a little bit blurry. It's a little bit blurry, a little out of focus there. You might want to take it again there, Thunderhead. Yeah, I've got the priority set to shutter speed right now, which is giving it this really nice, smooth, high frames per second. And weirdly enough, that actually seems to set the exposure about where I want it, despite not having aperture size be my... Well, you know, that's a bunch of jargon. That's a bunch of jargon. We're working on it, is the point. Yeah, that was my biggest worry, Puck Duncher, is you're going to actually see my painting clearly and be like, oh, shit. What are we doing here? What are we watching this guy for? Is this what it's looked like the whole time? Ugh. What's everybody up to today? You having a good day? You having a bad day? You having an indifferent day? I hope you're having a good day. I hope everybody's having a good day. I played what's that new game? What's that new ghost spooky game that everybody's been playing? Phasmagoria, Plasmaphasm. I can't remember what it's called. Somebody help me out. Vergaderung's just waking up, and the first thing you do is come into this stream? God, what a weird day. A productive day for Data Nerd and Kursala. I'm glad to hear it. I have not... I have such a hard time. I think I have, like, executive function disorder or something. I know that I've got phasmophobia. Thank you, Vergaderung. I know that I've got ADD. I was diagnosed with that as a kid. It's just something I've kind of learned to live with. But lately in my life, it's been manifesting as like an executive function disorder. Where I have a hard time, like if I make myself lists, I can get through things pretty easily. But if something comes along and like interrupts my flow when I'm working on something, it just scatters me so bad. And I'm trying to get that a little bit under control. But this week I did so much work on the cellar. Getting the stairwell rebuilt, getting the interior cleaned out and painted, putting in freezers, putting in new lights, putting in new wiring, and it's like I gotta reorient my brain towards painting because it's like I forgot everything I was doing. Too much Elite Dangerous over the past few weeks. I gotta get back. I gotta crank up Elite Dangerous again. I've been playing a lot of Star Wars Squadrons. I feel pretty certain the Star Wars Squadrons, like if they really stick to what they've said about I'm not like it's tiny details at this point, Data Nerd. Tiny details at this point. I'm waiting for a couple of things to get finished, and then I gotta go in, do a couple of finishing touches. I gotta paint the outside. But all the shit that I have to think about is done. I set a post. I built myself a cantilevered arm, and I made myself a counterweight. I rigged my pulleys so that the cellar door opens well. I balanced it. I checked my weight. Like I over-engineered the shit out of it. And it's working pretty well. I'm hoping, Larabik, that EA isn't serious about we're not gonna do any DLC for Squadrons. Because I want DLC for Squadrons, like, badly. And I feel like maybe they're just rubbing my nose in it because I was one of the ones who was like, EA with the DLC and the microtransactions. They're like, fine, fuck you. We're gonna give you a game you really want microtransactions for and then not let you have them, dick. And if that is, in fact, the play... well done, EA, because I want you to sell me shit now, and it looks like you might not. But either way, I am enjoying the shit out of Star Wars Squadrons. Been playing a lot with Alara Kerensky, and that's got me back onto a space simulator kick, and I think that's going to bleed over into Elite Dangerous. Yeah, I played Phasmophobia earlier today. That game's fucking weird, man. It's very strange. I find myself just, like, role-playing as Zach Bagans, and, I don't know. I don't know if I like it. I really, really like Among Us. I don't know if I like Phasmophobia. I've still only got about an hour and a half in it, so I might refund. I can't really decide. Miniatorium, finishing up some Oathmark miniatures from our... Wait, Oathmark. Who's Oathmark? Is that a faction, guys? Should I know who that is? Who is that? What mark? What oath are they marking? I feel certain someone's gonna tell me and I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, of course, it's that one. Printing Star Wars Legion stuff, my PLA has been showing. I'm glad to hear it, Hetzer. What are you printing, out of curiosity, in particular? Lunchbox is being productive at doing nothing. Dude, I am full on with that fucking Mike Judge energy, man. That, you know what I did? I did nothing and it was everything I thought it could be. I am so on board. Can't wait to get into a Y-Wing. Larabik in VR, so you're going to find out quickly in VR that Rebel ships are what... Ooh, look at that. It adjusts my brightness so much when my hand is in the frame. You see that? It's worse on this monitor than it is on the other one. Let me know if that gets distracting. I'll see what I can do about that. Yeah, you're going to find out pretty quickly that... I don't want to agree with you, Metalcore Collectibles, but if they don't add anything, like... I'm probably going to get a good 3 to 6 months of play out of it, mind you. But after that 3 to 6 months, I might not be into it. Now, at the same time, it's a $40 game, and if I get regular, enjoyable play out of it for 3 to 6 months, like, I can't complain about that. I'll be like, yeah, I spent $40 and I got some good gameplay out of it. Sweet. But I want it to be more than that. I want it to be more than that. It has so much potential. And I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that EA gives me the chance to give them money, which is the sort of statement that when it comes out of my mouth, I feel like... I mean, congratulations, universe. You win. I don't know what to do about that. Cha-cha-cha. Hoping for some Battletech dropship files to show up. Yeah, so I'm finishing off the cargo files. All the files are over at Steel Warrior Studios right now for the Borealis dropship with the mech bays and with the aerospace bays. He's just waiting on me to send him the last files for the cargo bays, and then he's going to put up a couple of purchase packages. It shouldn't be more than another 48 hours, man. I had to go back and redo how I was building the gas and liquid cargo modules, because for the first time on this particular project I did my test prints and they just didn't work. I had to readjust them. I don't think it supports track IR. I was talking to Alara Kerensky. He has track IR. I don't think it supports that. It kind of only supports VR. It's so good in VR, though. It's so good in VR. And like I was saying, you're going to find out real quick that the Rebel ships are where you want to be in VR, baby. Holy shit, the visibility is so much. I've taken to playing support as an Imperial player in the TIE Reaper because it's the only ship that I can, you know, look around and see out of the ports of. I really need to get another Ender. One is not enough. God, do I ever know that feeling? Do I ever know that feeling? Yeah, I wish it supported track IR, Puck Duncher. I really do. It's a good game one way or the other, but VR really puts it over the edge. I'm hoping that they lean into that a little bit more in the future. Old school rank and flank fantasy game from Osprey. Really? I don't think I've looked at anything from Osprey for a while. So is it like kind of... If it's from Osprey, is it sort of miniatures agnostic? Like you can use any minis that you want and it's more of just a rule system? That just makes me miss Rune Wars, you guys. Rune Wars was such a good game. It didn't get the credit that it deserves. What upgrades have I made to my Enders? So to my first one, quite a few. That's not the one you're looking at there. That's the Ender 3 V2, to which the only upgrades I have made are a filament guide, a side mount filament roller, and a PTFE capture fitting inside the hot end, because that just really takes care of so many clogging problems. It's the sort of upgrade I think everybody should make. To my old one, I made a number of upgrades to the hot end and the fans, and the new one seems to be running fine without it. I don't know if I'm going to bother replacing the cowling on there and put in like the dual fang fan, the 80-20 blower. I don't know if I'm going to bother with that. So far, it's been running fine. I'm kind of like, I spent so much time upgrading my first one that now I'm on kind of a kick of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And even if it is broke, just leave it alone and maybe it'll, you know, be fine. Who knows? I strongly recommend the PTFE capture fitting, though. That makes a huge difference in how it operates with that Bowden tube. Like, if you're not gonna do like Titan Direct Drive or something like that, look into PTFE capture fittings. Recommended if you want some low fantasy mass battle gaming. I might take a, you know, I've got a lot of miniatures left over from Rune Wars. That could be something I could use. Well, no, that's not low fantasy, though. That's like really, really high fantasy. One of the basic armies are a bunch of cackling skeleton men. It's a cool game. God, I miss Rune Wars, you guys. I miss Rune Wars. Why don't people give me the games I want? I'm gonna put some I'm going to start off today doing a little bit of dark tone on some of these gray areas I've done to sort of mute them out while I start to highlight up the purple. Just got more crystal PLA and 5 kilograms of regular. We'll get to making some of those lit up buildings, Berg. My man. So my bot hasn't plugged. I set my bot up so that it was supposed to plug the storm report every like 30 minutes or so, and so far it hasn't done that. I'm a little irritated by that. I gotta run. Watch Dallas ruin the rest of their season. Larabik, you have a fantastic afternoon. Enjoy the game, my man. Thanks for stopping in. Hope to see you again. And the God of Myth, good evening. How are you tonight, sir? I'm doing pretty well. Thank you very much for asking, God of Myth. How are you, man? Just mixing up a little bit of my AP dark tone. I can't with only one printer. Well, get yourself a new printer, man. Get yourself another Ender 3, baby. I love my Enders 3. The Enders 3. That would be the appropriate nomenclature, I think. Yeah, when my hand is in the frame, it darkens everything, and I'm not sure what setting that is. I'm gonna have to check it out after the stream. Let me know if it gets annoying, and what I'll do is I'll put a glove on this hand, and then it shouldn't do that anymore. Like, if it's actually hard to see. For right now, like, the monitor I'm using is particularly dark, so I think it's exaggerated on mine. Got a ship going for another 5 days. Gee, I wonder what ship that is. 9 more days until your birthday. The same birthday as Bela Lugosi and Snoop Dogg. Excellent, excellent company to be in. Sharing a birthday with the D.O. Double Jizzle. That's pretty cool, man. What day is that? Ooh, Amateur Paint Hour and WJ here, making sure that I take care of myself a little bit. I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that, Mini. So yeah, like, some things are definitely exaggerated on my end, and I want to make sure that they're not as much of a problem for you guys. I think that there's a, like, that's not mutually exclusive, though, WJ. I think a lot of people are fans of both Snoop Dogg and Bela Lugosi. I know I am. It is noticeable, but is it a problem for Got It Wrong? It's something I'm going to address after tonight's stream. I'm going to figure out what setting that is and try to tone it down, because it wasn't doing this before. Or if it was, it wasn't as noticeable. What I don't want is for it to be a major distraction. Well, fair enough, WJ. You know, that is a fair point. Me over here making my my assumptions. Okay, I'm glad to hear that, Data Nerd. Yeah, well, as long as it's not like making it so you can't see what I'm doing, I'm gonna ignore it for right now and fix it after the stream. Because I don't want to do like last time where I spend the first 40 minutes dicking around with my camera trying to figure out where's the microphone? How do I do? Guys, how do I stream? I don't know. I hope everybody out there is having a fan-fucking-tastic Sunday. So I finished watching Season 1 of Snowpiercer. I think I brought this up last time. I was like, anybody watch Snowpiercer? It's pretty cool. And I got to the end of Season 1, and I only started watching it because I saw they got renewed for a second season. I'm like that these days. Like, if a show is obviously going to be a serial, and they get canceled after one season, I'm like, I'm not even going to bother, because it's usually ending on a cliffhanger. But speaking of which, I need to finish Dark. I'm in Season 3, and apparently it ends at the end of that. Snowpiercer jumped the fucking rails clear over a giant goddamn shark in such a way that I'm just like, I went from, this is pretty cool, I want more, to, what the fuck is going on, you goddamned idiots, in like 10 minutes. Yeah, I gotta fix my depth of field. That's one of the big problems I'm having here, is I'm gonna wind up resetting my focus if I drift too close or too far from the camera. So for tonight, I'm gonna try to maintain my distance decently. Sad right now, because I can't get any more quality tabletop games until after October, because getting married on the 31st, so you have to... I'm sad because I'm getting married on the 31st, and that means I can't game all the time. Gotta admit, congratulations, man. Congratulations on tying the old knot. That's fucking awesome, man. I'm happy for you. Just finished Lucifer's new season. Was pretty good. How is Lucifer, Amateur Paint Hour? I've never watched it. I've had it recommended to me a few times, but I've never myself watched it. Yeah, I'm going to figure out my depth of field on this camera here at some point, so I won't have to reset the focus anymore. But for tonight, just ping me if it gets too bad, please. You guys remember the first few streams? I had nothing in focus at all. It was terrible. I heard there's art here. Well, you heard wrong. We don't do art. This is nothing but kitsch. We destroy art. We destroy souls. How you doing, Steiner Miniatures? It is fantastic to see you, my friend. Do we have any mods tonight? Can we get some shout-outs going? So speaking of Senpai noticing people, I got my comments read, and nobody's gonna care about this. Not one of you is gonna give even the tiniest little bit of a shit about this. But I popped into Harris Heller's stream the other day, and I wrote a comment, and he read it out loud, and I geeked out. And it doesn't seem like a big thing, but it's worth mentioning that within 2 minutes of starting his stream, he had over 200 viewers. So it was something. It was entirely random chance, but you know, it was nice. It was nice. Yes, the Thunderbot is in fact plugging the Storm Report. That's wonderful. I'm so glad to see that. I might have to check out Lucifer. It's like on Netflix now, isn't it? Jello sculpture. You're just saying words you know are gonna upset me at this point. Hail Stan, I agree. Two picks. If you're doing Storm Report today, Steiner Miniatures, we are on 2 pictures, my friend. Composite pictures are acceptable, by the way. Yeah, I like this Orion a whole lot. This is the one that Kursala did. It just has a lot of little improvements over the standard MWO Orion. Really appeals to me. 35,000 Urbies. Yeah, I saw that. That's a lot of fucking... What gets me is that I just know, because wargamers be wargamers, that they say, we're shipping out 35,000 Urbies, and what that really means to me is, like, maybe 500 Urbies will ever be painted, and the rest will just stay bare plastic or go in someone's drawer. It's just the nature of the beast. But that does mean that, you know, at least that many are going to be painted. That's something. Okay. For the AP Dark Tone, I have found that if you lay it on really thick, it can dry a bit glossy. All the AP tones can dry a bit glossy. I'll usually mix in like a dab of Citadel Lamian Medium. Or really any matte medium will kind of dull that down. No, it's a regular sized joke, Kursala. I don't know. Oh, listen to this guy over. Yeah, it's Steiner. Steiner giving me the yikes. Let's see how it is. Alright, I'm gonna start working this purple up a little bit, I think. I'll try some of this Scale Color Sunset Purple. I haven't used this before. Whoa. Unfortunately, I have to wait till end of Q1 for my Kickstarter because I opted for one single shipping since I'm getting Wave 1 and Wave 2 stuff, but this means I also get to add more Lance packs and neoprene maps and house/clan theme stuff to my pledge whenever you open the manager on October 15th. I'm still waiting. I'm dedicated to just waiting for retail for all that stuff. I'm gonna be sitting back. I'm gonna be watching you guys opening up your packages. You know, playing with your packages, showing off your big packages. Have I killed that joke yet? Is that too much yet? Was it too much to start with? Either way, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna wait and see how it goes. And then when they start selling for retail, I'll start picking up some Lance packs. I just, you know, I have so damn much stuff to paint anyway, and ever since I started making some of my own mechs and obviously 3D printing, like, I don't need more models.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Just don't do it, guys. It's not worth it.
I'll film me playing with my package. I'm Steiner Miniatures.
How you doing, Steiner? How did the stream go the other day? I was only able to stick around for a little while. You do long ones, man. Steiner Miniatures over here will stream for hours and hours and hours, which is actually kind of nice, because it means I can usually get up and go do stuff and come back and still have some entertaining content for the background while I'm working on stuff. Hamburg, thank you so much for the reminder, man. I do need reminders to drink water, I just won't even do it. It's me, Steinero. He looks so... I wasn't going to say anything last time, but you did look a bit like Mario, man. It was the trim. It was the mustache trim, I think. You just kind of, you isolated it on your face. And, you look a bit like Mario. It's not a bad thing, you know? It's not like... I mean, you know, look at it this way. Have you seen Princess Peach? Dude, that fucking Mario is apparently just like slamming ass all over the Mushroom Kingdom. So, you know, there's got to be something to it. On what kind of a scale, Steiner? It's like a scale of 0 to Peach. This is a nice purple, damn. I've not used a lot of these Scale 75 colors so far. I'm trying to get into some more of them since We're the Gamers kindly sent me so many of them. Woo! That's a hot purple. Let's start laying it down. Well, the Holy Roman Empire controlled part of Italy. Thunder. Wait, what does that have to do with literally anything? I wanted someone to Photoshop Mario riding Steiner holding on to... Oh, this is a weird stream. Italians in the Lyran Commonwealth should be a... Okay, I see where you brought that one around to now. That's insane. Now, if I'm not mistaken, and you might know WJ, you're kind of a history dork in the best possible way. The Holy Roman Empire, for calling itself the Holy Roman Empire, as far as I know, never actually contained Rome at any point. from yes to hell yes. Well, the weird thing is that for as attracted as I am to the mustache, I'm not very attracted to Steiner, and I'm not sure exactly how that works out. It's really just the mustache. Like, if we could remove the mustache from him, you know, and give it its own dating app profile, then we'd be talking. And it's true, yeah, I'm painting before 45 minutes have passed on the stream. That's kind of a new thing for me. That's even worse, WJ. I was once home to one of the popes when they started calling it holy. Yeah, I was certainly under the impression that it was more of they were attempting to legitimize themselves through affiliation with the popes. More than anything else. We're the Holy Roman Empire. Don't ask questions. That's a fascinating period of history. A fascinating, nearly millennia-long period of history in which Europe was trying to recover from the fact that, you know, civilization had more or less collapsed. And a whole bunch of people were trying to be like, nah, I'm totally the new pope. Yeah, man. I am now the Kaiser. This is a lovely, lovely purple. It's obviously going to need more highlighting, but I think it's a good layer. Oh god, what did he clip? Carbonic acid, this is Sunset Purple from Scale 75. Oh, no, Kursala. That's the deepest, darkest purple. The deepest and darkest of purple, so that I don't have to do a lot of extra shading later on. But I'm planning on bringing it up much higher. So quiet. So quiet. How you doing, Jack? Goes back to Charlemagne being crowned King of the Romans by the Pope after the Byzantines left them high and dry, and the Franks threw out the Lombards who were painting the papacy's side for centuries. God, Europe. Europe, man. Europe and they popes. How you doing today, Jack? Sorry I didn't... You were streaming Resident Evil last night. Sorry, man, I didn't stop in. I got fucking busy taking care of my cellar, and then I jumped on to Star Wars Squadrons with Alara Kerensky for a little while. By the time I was done, I think you were off. Yeah, that's the great irony, Roland. It wasn't holy, it wasn't Roman, and it wasn't even really that much of an empire, so much as a sort of a collection of states. Highlighting all the way to pink or just to a brighter purple. So just to a brighter purple for the just to a brighter purple for the purple, and then to more of a pinkish high magenta for the parts that are pink. I'm going to try to keep them differentiated. Yeah, I'm just going to try to keep the highlights fairly simple on this one. More worried about the color than any sense of realism. Went real high contrast with that last thug, and I think I'm going to kind of lean into that. So, yeah. Cat Ion was getting on me this morning about, alright, we gotta organize these redemptions. We gotta get a certain number of them done. We gotta dig through the list. And I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, Mom. I better get in my cuts before she gets in here, because she's not going to stand for any of this shit. But yeah, we've developed a little bit of a schedule so that we can go ahead and get these dug through. And if I stick to that schedule, I will have mech redemptions open by the end of the month. We're going to be changing some of the criteria, as discussed, for how people get their redemptions in. Going to kind of weight it towards people who haven't had them done yet and some newer folk. And somebody mentioned a lottery that might not be a bad idea. And then somebody else was like, you know, you're not getting paid for this, right? And I was like, yeah, it's technically true. But I like doing it anyway. I think the Stormchasers are a pretty cool little unit of mechs at this point. You know what I want to do real quick? I want to lay down a nice dark green on the toad being smashed so I can get started highlighting him up. Even if it was, I'm not gonna admit it, Metalcore. Don't want to give you too many ideas. Don't want to inflate that ego any more than is absolutely necessary. Yes, composite pictures are perfectly fine. Lay down this dragon green because I'm going to bring it up to kind of a toxic green at the end, I think. Since we're going over black, I'm going to need to do a couple layers, I estimate. Now, I owe Aeon Drummond both a Thunder Skunk and a Stormchaser, so I think he's going to get the next Thunder Skunk. Because we need to start filling that roster out. Daytron, if that's a situation that genuinely arises, then we just bump that person up to the front of the list. It's not like there are so many redemptions that we can't fudge it a bit. And the lottery would be primarily for probably new viewers, because I would like to prioritize people who are regulars. I don't think that's particularly untoward. I think that makes sense. But then, like, if somebody was new and there were a lot of redemptions for long-time viewers, they could enter, you know, they could get put into a lottery to maybe get bumped up to the top of the list to get in earlier. Yeah, lotteries never go wrong. There's resentment in the lottery. Come on, that never happens. Oh yes, O'Coral. Oh yes. I need to base him. I do need to base him. I was hoping to get to that in the next couple of days so I could get started on another Thunder Skunk. So Chaotic Harmony did have some people show up to his painting class today, yeah? Did I read that right there at the end? I only popped into general chat for a minute before I started streaming. But I saw he was saying nobody showed up, and then a post a little while later where he said somebody did show up. And if that's true, I'm very, very glad to hear it. If it's not true, then I'm sad to hear it. My reaction depends upon what was actually said. Yeah, like a wild card slot. That's exactly what I'm thinking. But for newer viewers, so that people will have a chance to get their paint jobs in there, even if we've got a backlog. I'm glad to hear that, Data Nerd. Very glad to hear that indeed. More people learning to paint. And Chaotic getting some teaching experience under his belt. I'd imagine he's a pretty entertaining guy to learn from. He's a pretty entertaining guy overall. Maybe the big dark secret about Chaotic Harmony is going to come out one day and we're all going to be like, ew, he's a terrible person and we hate him and we don't want to talk to him. Like, maybe that's going to happen. That can happen to almost anybody. We're all terrible people on some level. But I'll tell you, I like the guy. I do. He entertains the shit out of me. And if I was going to learn to paint from somebody, I'd prefer it be someone with a bit of charisma like him. People I actually learned to paint from were, I mean, good dudes, you know? Maybe a little creepy in retrospect. Not that he isn't creepy, I mean, he is, objectively speaking. But the right kind. Jack, the lottery would be for new redemptions for Stormchaser and Thunderskunk mech paint jobs. So if we have a backlog of... I want to prioritize long-time viewers, but if we're going to do that, I also want to have a lottery system so new viewers can potentially get theirs bumped up and not just have to wait forever and ever and ever and ever. And ever 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 and ever. My check this morning, only about 5, Roland. We've got 5, so I want to knock out a couple more by the end of this month. And then several of the remaining ones will be people who've already had their mechs done. Now, I'm prioritizing longtime viewers, but I'm also going to prioritize people who have not yet had paint jobs done. So your second one, Roland, is probably going to get bumped just a wee little bit while we get a couple of other new redemptions done, and then we'll come back to you. Like, I've got a redemption in there for Vergaderung, who was one of the first ones that I did. And I'd like to do a few new people before I come back to him. No offense. No offense, Verg. Though to be fair, for Vergaderung's redemption, I also, like, custom sculpted some arms for an awesome. He got a little bit of special treatment. What resin do I use? I use Elegoo Water Washable Gray. And I love it. Oh, do I ever love it. My resin printer has been quiet for almost a week, and it's weird. It's weird looking over at it and seeing it just not doing anything. But I've made myself stop printing things until I clear a little bit more desk space. Not printing everything, obviously. My FDM printer is going as we speak, and I've got multiple more Borealis dropships being printed off. But the resin printer, at least, has been quiet. So I may be printing something off for God of Myth here in the near future. That's entirely possible. We've been talking about that. How many people have the volts to buy Wolf and Spawn? A good number. A good number. And we are going to leave the redemption amount at the same level until we've bled off a little bit of the accumulated volts from the Twitch change. But talking with Kat this morning, we've also got a good number of ideas for new Volt redemption concepts that I think we're going to lean into. Because, you know, there just need to be more options. More ways for you guys to spend those points, because otherwise it just becomes, well, I've got the volts for a redemption, how long until I can do it? And while there's nothing wrong with doing that, if that's all you want to redeem it for, I'd like to give you guys some more choices. I'm not edge highlighting right now, WJ. I'm filling in a first pass of layer highlights. Yeah, I've heard that all by myself. Are you though, Chaotic? I mean, we're here with you, buddy. Didn't you Puck Duncher, or not Puck Duncher, sorry, Data Nerd was just saying you said that somebody showed up. All by myself. Ender's down for the moment. Got a really bad nozzle clog. Need to take a minute and switch it out. I hate that. Jack, what all problems are you having? I've seen you ping me a few times on Facebook. You're having problems with it. I admit I haven't had a moment to really sit down and look at the problems that you're having. What's layer highlights and how is it different from dry brushing? And at what step do you do this? So WJ, if you're doing layer highlighting, like it just means that you lay down your darkest colors first, and then you build up layers of color on top of that in essentially large and then increasingly smaller and smaller areas to build up a gradient of color. And then the last step you would do if you were doing edge highlighting would be the edge highlights on top of that. Actually, the last step you would do would probably be a glaze, which I am going to do after all this is done to kind of bring it all together, I think. But edge highlighting would be pretty far down the list. But you notice I'm leaving some panels completely dark, and then I'm building up some little blocks of light using this purple. Amateur Paint Hour, thank you so much for the reminder. Ender's having weird layer shifts. Huh. Roland, are you talking about the land ships, buddy? You maniac? This should be interesting. Oh, okay. Okay, Chaotic. Some people showed up and you just wanted to come by and lie to our faces. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. No, really though, man. I'm glad to hear that. Told you, man. If you paint it, they will come. Or, you know, offer to show them how to paint it, as the case may be. Mars is being inconsistent. Recently, about half your prints in the water washable just kind of crack apart. I've had prints in the water washable crack apart, but it's usually when I forget to hollow them. Or rather, when I hollow them at all instead of printing solid, which is what I usually do for small pieces now. Printing solid, I haven't had any problems with cracking. Well, let me ask you a question, Kursala, because I don't have the art up in front of me. If you're still in the chat. Really, it's cracking when it's solid? That's odd. Yeah, please send me some pictures, because I'm curious as to what's going on there. Pondburn, howdy, good to see ya. Can I post the students' results in the storm report? I already have 2 entries, though. I'll make an allowance. I will make a special dispensation for Chaotic Harmony to post his painting students' results in tonight's Storm Report. Because I would very much like to see that. Alright, go playing favorites again. And there Puck Duncher goes making rules again. Kursala, what color for the cockpit glass? I don't have the reference image in front of me. There you go. You're taking Datron Voltari slots, which is not something that I intend to allow people to do regularly, just noting. But I do... You know what, guys? If you're out there and you're like, I just hosted a painting class, and you have pictures of your students' work, I will also give you special dispensation to post extra to the Storm Report. I feel like that's a special case. You ever have a moment like, okay, there's food cravings? Where you're like, I just want to eat this one thing today, right? But have you ever had one of those food cravings that, like, it has no explanation? There's no moment when it was suggested to you, and there's no lead up. It's not like, I'm kind of hungry for that thing. It's just like a moment passes, and suddenly you can almost taste it in your mouth. You're like, I have to have that one thing. That's the thing that I need to eat right now. And it's just like really, really strong. Reference shows bright turquoise. Perfect. Perfect.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
You gonna get stuffed in a box. Nobody wants that. Turquoise. If we're gonna do turquoise, I'm gonna start off with Reaper Deep Ocean. Getting pluckers tonight because I've been craving them something fierce. What's pluckers? Should I know what pluckers is? Was that profane and that was autocorrect or something? Oh, actually, well, this Arfin Jade is pretty dark. This is another scale 75 color. But it's more turquoise than Deep Ocean is, I think. Yeah. Let me compare that to my jade color. To my, what's it? Pro Acryl Jade. Have I not opened you? I guess I haven't. Primary blue and green oxide. Okay, I gotcha. Picking up what you're laying down. Well, there's your Pro Acryl Jade right there. And I think that's going to be my second color. I'm going to lean towards green because I'm going to use a little bit of blue elsewhere. And also green contrasts really, really well with purple. Oh, those are actually pretty close. Those are actually pretty close. Let me see. So I've got... Oh man, that yellow's fucking with it bad. But I've got Deep Ocean over here, and then I've got the Arfin Jade, and then the Jade here. These are very, very close. And the Deep Ocean is bluer than I think I want for my base. Bluer than I think I want. What else have I got in that range? It's a black green. I don't want to use that. Dragon green. No. I think I'll start with Deep Ocean because it's going to be nearly a black. Thin these a little bit and then make my decision. Or you know what I could do? The easiest answer here, honestly, is to take a little bit of my Pro Acryl Jade and mix it in with the Deep Ocean just to move it a bit towards green. Yeah, I think that's going to be the answer. I think that's the answer. Because it's already right on the cusp. Gotta go get my haircut now, so I'll be back hopefully in time for the report. I hope you'll be back in time for it too, buddy. Go get your haircut, you damn hippie. Always so shaggy on the stream. I'm thinking that every time I'm watching Cat of Carmody stream. I'm like, this stream would be good if he was just a little bit better groomed, you know? So I'm glad you finally picked up on that, man. That's silly. That's silliness. Yeah, see, that's going to be the base right there. I realize this seems like it's supposed to be 2 glass panels here in the front, but I'm going to paint it as one big glass panel because I don't give a fuck. When you getting a haircut, you hippie. I haven't, like, paid money for a haircut in years and years and years. That's not true. I would say just years. I forgot that I actually did have quite long hair for a period there. When I was in the SCA, I grew it out pretty long. I guess technically I'm still in the SCA and that I am a member of the organization, but I mean more, you know, when I was actively involved, which has not been the case for a while. I'm not going to layer this too much because there just isn't that much space to work with. Space is at a premium. So we're going to go bright pretty quick with that, I think. And in the arms are medium lasers, right? Now, Orion's not an assault mech. Orion's a heavy mech. One main front panel, then 2 panels. Oh, it's got a little something there that makes it seem like it's supposed to be 2 panels, but that's fine. Start putting in some green down here if I'm gonna do medium lasers. Should have done it first, but oh well. They say the best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, and the second best time is right now. Society for Chronological Anachronism? I mean... it's creative, but yes, essentially. Don't sugarcoat its weightish. Look! We're trying not to hurt the Orion's feelings, okay? Be nice. It's a heavy mech. Assault has such connotations. How you doing today, Pondburn? It's good to see you, man. We live in a society for chronological anachronism. You're just nothing but sass these days, Puck Duncher. Chonky Boy Mech, hey, Painted Ogre, it's good to see you. Did I see Dark Fox? Did I see Dark Fox slip? There's Dark Fox. How you doing, Dark Fox? Would you mind giving me a shout out for Painted Ogre? It's a pocket assault. Yeah, I mean, it is, the next step up is the Atlas, to be fair. It's right on the cusp. Thank you so much. When have I been anything other... I mean, that's... Well, there... No. Okay, there was... In June... No. Okay, no, you get a point. Fair enough. Trying to clone your hard drive to a solid state, and it's taken forever. I gotta upgrade my storage here pretty soon too. I gotta say, what's up, Tasselhoff? How you doing? It's not a poor man's Atlas. It's not a poor. The Atlas didn't even exist when the Orion was king. The Atlas is an expansion upon the concept and armaments of the Orion. Oh, hang on, I missed that knee. I think that's the last part I need to hit, then I can move on to my next purple. The Fat Cat's Orion. There we go. Just here for that perp, baby. It's all about the perp. It's all about the perp. You were painting some pretty hot purples the other day, Painted Ogre. And by the other day, I'm pretty sure I mean yesterday. I'm fairly sure that's what I mean. I don't know, dude. It's 2020, and I'm losing track of time more often than I'd like to admit. Alright, let's upgrade our purple a bit here. Nice and easy. I'm going to go into Reaper Runic purple. You're almost right, Pawnburn. You're almost right. The Orion was 100 tons, and then Kerensky heaved his massive balls out of the cockpit. And, there you go. Amateur Paint Hour, thank you so much for the reminder. I'm not planning on it, WJ. This is all going to be handwork. There's my runic purple. Thin that down a wee little bit. I find my tastes in paint change strangely over time. These days I'm on to like really, really thick, high pigment density paints, and then I thin them quite a bit with water. I used to buy a lot of the Reaper, or rather Vallejo Model Air paints because I didn't need to thin them basically at all. But I had issues with pigment density, so I kind of moved away from them. Yeah, I know, it is WJ, technically speaking. But, talking about a different sort of handwork. I mean, most painting is by hand. Even airbrushing is technically by hand, but the nomenclature is such that that usually refers to individual brush strokes as opposed to quicker techniques like dry brushing. At least 6 Scud 24 to fit his ego. So did everybody finish off The Boys? The season finale that was on Friday? Because holy damn, guys. And did I see that Jensen Ackles is joining the show? Did I hallucinate that, or is that really something that I saw? What's the book? You know what? I almost answered that until I saw who was asking it. Almost. He will be. That's exciting. Now, I haven't read the comics. Is Soldier Boy like a Captain America analog? I would assume that's what he was, based on his appearance. Or like, you know, Action Man from the Venture Brothers. Waiting until Tuesday to binge. It's a very bingeable show. I enjoyed watching it on the weekly release for this season. I can enjoy a weekly release with a truly good show, with a show that gives me a reason to kind of question what I just saw and what's going to happen next. And I think The Boys is of that caliber. There are some shows I would not stand for that with. There are some shows I'm embarrassed that I put up with that out of in retrospect. But The Boys is not one of them. Or rather, The Boys is what... Okay, depending on how you approach that concept, The Boys is one of them. No spoilers on any front, really. because they could easily wind up being show spoilers, and I would hate for somebody to get those here. And then go into the next season and be like, oh shit, I knew that was going to happen. Now, okay, it's also my understanding that the show has diverged significantly from the comics, so it may not matter, but again, I'd rather not risk it, you know? Yeah, The Haunting of Bly House. Yeah, Netflix pinged me with that one this morning, and I was like, oh shit, that's out. I would very much like to watch that. I'm wondering if it's as good as the first season, The Haunting of Hill House, because that show was awesome. That was spooky. And it is the month of spookery, after all. The official month where we get spooky with it. Painted Ogre riding that lightning right into a Tier 1 sub. Painted Ogre, thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate that. The best month for so many reasons. It also, you know, marks the time when the summer heat really starts to die off, and I'll tell you, that's something I'm ready for. I'd like it if we had a bit of a moist October so that we could get over all the damn, you know, fires. Really tired of not being able to see the mountains, you guys. It's starting to weigh on me a little bit. It's a weird one. You just get, it's such a... It's just, you know, a land feature that big. It's like not being able to see the ocean when you're used to seeing it every day. You walk out, you look, there it is, boom, okay, I know where I am. But it feels like I just, like, that's kind of what makes living in the plains tolerable, is being close enough to the mountains I can still look over and see them, but for the last, like, couple of months at this point, it's just like, nope, I live in a flat, featureless plain. There are no mountains. Joke's on you, I can always see the mountains. You probably, like, live in them or some shit, Buckdunter. Yeah, but fuck Lyman. No, honestly, though, fuck that town. It's a crappy little nothing that you pass by on your way to Denver when you're coming in from the east side of the state. For having as many mountains as we do, there are large parts of Colorado that are really nothing at all. The whole eastern half of the state might as well not exist unless you're into agriculture. Hey, I live on a flat, featureless plain. You live on America's dick. Drooping into the ocean. It's not a featureless plain. You live on, like, a weird protuberance. And you can go see the ocean, basically, whenever you want. Time to reset, restart, see if the SSD took. Might be back on, but have a good night anyway. I hope it all goes smoothly for you, Pondburn. And I wish you luck with that moment. And you know the moment when you push the power button, when you've just made some changes, and you kind of hold your breath, because you're like, is it gonna work? Is everything gonna go wrong? Is it ever gonna start up again? It is gonna start up. It is gonna start up, Pondburn. Have faith. Not the only one who gets those moments, I hope not. What? Florida being America's dick? I mean... I wish I could even take credit for that one. I feel like it was like George Carlin who made that joke the first time I heard it. It was a long time ago. Keep moving these highlights around. These aren't terribly realistic highlights as far as where light would fall. I'm just trying to pick out the details reasonably. Turn this purple into something interesting. Almost died hiking in Colorado. Other than that, it was a good trip. Got some good pictures. Other than the near-death experience, it was pretty sweet. Look, Roland, if Puck Duncher is on board with your idea, I think you've probably answered your own question. They're big. They're real big. Oh, you're asking... For some reason, I thought you were asking about ammo, but you're talking about 16 launchers, like you could fire 16 of them at once. Jesus. Even if you were talking about ammo, I was like, that still seems like a lot, but you're talking about a 16-shot salvo. Again, I feel like you've answered your own question there. What should I be watching on TV right now, guys? I feel like I'm running out of shows. Like everything's going off right now. I finished Snowpiercer season 1, and I'm like, yeah, I don't really give a shit about season 2. I'm I'm watching Dark. I'm on the last 2 episodes of Season 3, so it's about to be over. I'm not going to have that anymore. The Boys Season 2 is over. I'm not going to do that, Jack. I'm not going to do... No, I just started a rewatch of Battlestar Galactica, intending to get through to the last episode. And give it another shot, but I don't know if I can extend that same forbearance to anything in Supernatural after Season 5. Oxygen, yeah, that's how that's pronounced. Oxygen deprivation is a bug. What happened, Lunchbox? How did you almost die? Babylon 5, I could do a rewatch of B5, maybe. I feel like I need something new. Anybody watch that show, Bosch? Is Season 2 onward of Bosch any good? Because I enjoyed Season 1. It has 3 seasons now, Painted Ogre. Season 3 of Dark just came out. It's the final season, and I'm on the last 2 episodes of it. Yes, okay, no, that's a good point, Jack. The Haunting of Bly House. That is something new for me to watch that I am excited to dig into. Watch Farscape again. That's not a bad idea. It's been a long time since I've watched Farscape. It's been a microt or 2. I've heard, now I know at least one person who started watching The Haunting of Bly House who says that they still got it. And as long as it is as good as that first season of The Haunting of Hill House, I'm pretty much into it. I didn't think the ending of The Haunting of Hill House was the greatest thing I ever saw. I feel like it was still kind of open-ended. It left some vague implications that it might not have ended as nicely as it said it did. And I was into that. I was like, oh yeah, I love everybody dies endings. I probably would not be as into them if they happened a lot, but they don't happen all that often, and as a result, like, when a show is really willing to just be like, and then everyone fucking dies. I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, yeah. Cool. Here, the secret ghosts are a little easier. Well, now we know that they're there, though, Jack. See, that has to be part of it. Like, it's because once I got halfway through the first season before I started looking for the hidden ghosts. And, do you not know about this, WJ? Have you watched the show and you didn't see them? They're everywhere. There are ghosts, spooky ghosts, in, like, almost every fucking scene of The Haunting of Hill House, and they're subtle. They're real subtle and well done, to the point that it's like, it took me through episode 6 when I started noticing them, and I was like, oh wait, what the fuck is, what is that? What is going on in the background there? And then I had to go back and rewatch it, and I realized there were a bunch that I just hadn't seen. And yeah, that's the kind of gimmick where it does kind of get ruined by the second season, because I'm like, okay, we're the sneaky ghosts, but, you know, I'm still going to have fun with it. Banshee. Yeah, I need to watch Banshee, apparently. What's his name? The guy that plays Homelander. Help me out. I know it. I know his name, I just can't think of it right now. Oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Anthony Starr? Right? Holy shit, dude, is he a good actor. Like, holy god damn, is he a good actor. He is, like... This last season of The Boys... Like, guys, you know I'm a Carl Urban fan. But Anthony Starr steals the show. Doesn't totally steal it. Carl's still great. But he steals a lot of it. That last episode, there's a moment when Stormfront is talking to someone close to him, and she starts going off on all of her Nazi propaganda, and you can just watch his face change. He's watching, and he's kind of got his his mask on, and he's like, and then his eye kind of twitches, and he goes, and it's this real subtle motion that he does that just conveys such profound discomfort. I thought it was a asshole. He's an amazing. I want to see him play a Reverse Flash so bad, and I know it's just never going to happen. Yeah, I should dig into Banshee, though. I've heard nothing but good things about it. And yeah, if it's got more Anthony Starr, like, I'd watch that man read a phone book. Alright, now I have not watched Ozark. Ozarks? The Ozarks? Which one is it? Ozark? I have not watched it. I don't know what it's about. I don't know who's in it. I've heard people periodically say, it's a really good show. I just don't know anything about it. Sorry, I'm going to bed. I'm very tired. You don't have to be sorry, WJ. Go get yourself some sleep, man. Thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to talk to you. You have a great night, bro. Honestly, guys, can we get real for a second here, chat? You never, ever, under any circumstances, have to apologize to me for not being in chat during a stream. Like, I appreciate the impulse, I guess. I appreciate the thought. It's really, really nice, but you don't have to do that. You don't have to be here. It's awesome that you are here, and I appreciate it every single fucking time, but you not being here is not a negative. You being here is just a positive. Well, I mean, it's a little bit... I don't want to say you not being here isn't a negative. But I mean, like, you have no responsibility to do that, is what I'm saying. That would be crazy. The only person who has to be here is Project Dark Fox, and that's because I kidnapped his family and I've been making him work for me for months. Rewatching Enterprise. Man, that's... oof. I forgot me. I have to... I guess, yeah, that's sort of true. Though even I don't really have to be here. I just be like, nah, we're not... You know what? Stream over. It's been a good run. See ya. I'm fine with duller episodes. I don't need... These days, I don't really need a show to be action-packed to keep me. Like, if a show is a good action show, I'm into it. Like, I enjoyed Into the Badlands, and that was just like... The storyline of that one was, look, man, it's an excuse for kung fu fighting, so shut the fuck up and watch the show. Like, that was the premise of it. And I'm like, yeah, sure, awesome. I wanna... Well, yeah, totally. Let's do that. But that's not a requirement. If it's got some really, really high-quality acting in it, some good drama, man, I'm in. Gee, what show is that, Jack? I couldn't possibly guess. What is the draw? What is the draw of Supernatural post-season 5? Like, I'm not even trying to be, like, flippant. Jack, pitch me Supernatural post-season 5, because I feel like the story ended. What's his name went to hell. They were at the grave, and Castiel said, "Hey, ass butt," and then he had the devil in him, and he went to hell, and he was bound there, and like that was it. Scooby-Doo. Okay, so not even gonna lie to you. Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated. If you haven't watched this show, you really genuinely should. Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated was like an excellent show. You might not think that it would be. But I thoroughly enjoyed that one. And I realize there's an irony to me being like, I enjoy high-class, quality cinema, and your silly supernatural shows are far too lowbrow for a cultured man like me. By the way, have you seen Scooby-Doo this week? I get it, you know? I get why you might think that's a little odd. But it was legit a good show. I agree, Lunchbox. It was way better than it had any real right to be, in my opinion. I don't know. I never know what exactly is gonna draw me to a show. It seems like my standards shift wildly. Not gonna knock you for not wanting to watch 15 seasons. Jesus, they got to 15 seasons? I didn't even realize they made it that far. 15 seasons? The only show I've watched that has 15 seasons in it is It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and even that blows my mind that they've made it to 15 seasons. And new DuckTales. I saw they were doing that. Is it any good? I might, Jack. I might dig back into it. I know that obviously a lot of people like. I just feel like after season 5, the appeal of the show has to just be sort of fan service, which I guess that's not entirely bad. They did good fan service. Really, David Tennant as Scrooge McDuck? That might be worth checking out. Hey, Kevin Kitsune, how you doing today, man? I saw you in chat earlier, but I don't think I said hi. How are you? Kevin Kitsune, you stream, right? I don't think I've actually been in your stream, but you do have one, right? Or am I thinking of somebody else with Kitsune in their name? That's possible. There are a couple. Catherine Tate is one of the villains. Oh, you're drawing me in with the cast. You're drawing me in with the cast. That Catherine Tate is a funny bitch. Furries everywhere. Now, I don't mean this as pejorative against literally anybody. This is just an honest sort of wondering, but is it just that there are a lot of furries on Twitch? Is that a thing? Don't stream yet, getting set up to start, though. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that, Kevin Kitsune. You need any help with that, man, you feel free to reach out, buddy. But is it just that there are a lot of furries on Twitch? Because I don't feel like I've ever encountered as many before in my life as I have since I've started on Twitch. And I don't have... I think by now it should be pretty damned obvious. I have nothing... I know some people are like, furries, furries. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't care. No shit I'm into, man. You're fucking furry? Like, that's cool. You be you. That's how I feel about it. I confess I don't understand it, but I don't think that's a requirement. And I don't think there's anything about being a furry that requires my understanding or my approval. I think that's kind of what I respect about it. But I've never encountered as many. And I'm just like, what changed? What's the factor? And I don't mean to call you guys out. That's not my goal here. It's just an honest curiosity that I've had. Oh, that's none of your goddamn business, Buckduncher. Darkwing Duck is my jam. What's up, CS Nader Rio? It's good to see you, man. They're winning COVID right now. Wears a mask? Check. Socially distant? Check. Avoids personal contact? Check. Huh. There might be something to that, actually. I'm not going to tell you, Puckduncher. I'm not going to tell you. All I'm going to say is, I'm a weird guy. Well, that much should be obvious to you by now. I mean, come on. What stream have you been watching? Power armor is just a fursuit for people who want to be robots. Huh. I mean, maybe. No, Puckduncher, you're mistaken there. I'm into chainsaw dicks ripping other people apart. Other people apart. And any excuse to push that button. And I wouldn't classify chainsaw dicks as a fetish. That's just something I unironically enjoy in my day-to-day life. Thrust and tear. I could see that. That, and my other fetish might be this guy.
Yeah! One week you're mine, I kill you dead.
Fucking maniac. Jack, have you never watched Robot Jocks, dude? You should. You really, really, really should.
I never thought that I would say this. But I'm glad to see you. Very glad.
That dude's just a Dracula. And he pilots a mech that has this feature. Like, he's supposed to have a European accent, but he just sounds like a dude doing a Dracula. I'll watch Robot Jocks if you watch more Supernatural. I mean, you don't even... I want you to watch Robot Jock so much that I may even take you up on that. It's possible. Robot Jocks, I encountered that movie at a very, very young age, and like, guys, I love Battletech. I think that much is probably obvious at this point. I really, really do. But Robot Jocks is what really set me on the path to being into mecha overall. Robot Jocks is what opened my mind to the animes that I would then watch as a kid, which would further my love of the idea of climbing into a big, mechanized suit covered in weapon systems. Confederation and Market logos as decal. Dude, that's a cool idea, actually. What does the Market logo look like? I remember the Confederation logo and colors. Runic purple's getting a little thin here. I'm gonna try something before I keep going here. My plan is to blend a little bit using this Scale Color Inktense Violet. So I'm gonna put down a little bit of pink as a highlight on a leg, and then I'm gonna lay in some of this Inktense, and I want to see what it looks like. Red and white vertical stripes of the... Oh, okay, yeah, now I know. Yeah, now I can see it on the pilot suit, now that you mention it. For some reason in my head, I didn't realize that was their logo. I was thinking of that as Achilles' logo, but yeah, that makes way more sense. Bit of highlight in there, a little bit on that edge, get this foot defined a little bit better. Yeah, Jeffrey Combs is totally in Robot Jocks. He like gets in a fight in the beginning of the movie with another dude over their bets on who's gonna win. Because you know everybody bets on the fucking Robot Jocks. We're having real meat tonight, and she shows up with a fucking hot dog. Now maybe that movie's gonna be more prescient than we realized. Everybody was wearing masks in it. I think it was just due to air quality, but still. What year is Robot Jocks supposed to have taken place in? I don't remember. Try some of this Inktense Violet here. I think I'm gonna thin it pretty significantly. 2020? I mean, it might as well be. Our future is actually Mandalore. God, I wish. I'm also going to put a little bit of flow aid. Excuse me. I don't think I need that much. It seems... Well, no, it's got some pretty decent surface tension on it. I'm going to put a little bit of flow aid in it, though. Just to knock that out. Use it a little bit more like a wash than it's intended to be. 2 drops should be enough. Lay this into the foot here, and we're going to see how it looks. Oh my god, that's heavy. Okay, yeah, we need to thin that some more. I don't want it doing that. That is over fucking powering. It needs to be a lot thinner. A whole lot thinner. Add some more water. Okay. Yeah, we've had some local game stores that have started gaming back up with masks that have had some success. I'm still kind of just like, yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. One of my big concerns with we don't really like, and I'm not gonna like have a long conversation about COVID or anything. It's a subject on this channel that we generally don't dwell on long, just because it's not the subject of the stream, and it's kind of stressing everybody out, you know. Damn, oof! Look at what that does to that foot, though. Yeah, that's gonna help set apart the overall purple from the pinker details. That's real nice. 50 years after the nuclear holocaust. They didn't give an actual year. Well, whenever we have a nuclear holocaust, we got about 50 years. And then we'll have, you know, robot jocks. That makes perfect sense. Let me move it a little bit away so it's actually in focus there. Hey, what's up, Crossbow Roof? How you doing? I like that purple a lot. 2071? Yeah, there you go. I'm glad to hear that. Not bad is always a good way to be doing, you know? Or at least, technically speaking, not a bad way to be doing. Yeah. I'm gonna kick these highlights a little bit higher, because that purple's gonna bring everything down. So let's try the other foot with just pink. It's gonna look real bright. That should be fine once the scale 75 violet goes down. Yeah, we've got a couple of gaming clubs locally that have been opening back up and inviting people back in with masks and such, and I'm glad that people are adjusting, and they haven't had any issues getting them to do it. I have some high-risk factors on a personal level and for some of the people that live with me, and it's just, for me personally, not worth it. But, you know, eventually maybe the world will go back to some semblance of normality. Won't that be fun? Or we won't. And I'll just live the rest of my days as a fucking hermit who only communicates with people over Twitch chat. I guess that's possible too, right? Who would you cast as Achilles and Alexander? Who is the modern Gary Graham? For Alexander, you know who I want to cast? Well, no, it has to be somebody who's really bombastic. You know? As an actor. What is normal, though? Tall guy asking the important questions. I don't fucking know. I haven't been normal in years, man. I got no idea. We're already all hermits. Yeah, I mean, this is just an intensification of my usual isolation. It's not really all that new to me. Normal for me did involve more trips to restaurants overall. And of all the things I would like to get back, being able to go out to eat more regularly is certainly pretty high on that list. So those are real bright pink highlights on that foot. Let's see what the violet does to it. Sataka with the Prime subscription. Thank you so much for that, Sataka. I appreciate your support. How many restaurants to go to? Well, no, after the franchise wars, all restaurants are not Taco Bell. I joke, but we are kind of winding up in that situation where it's like, unless you're a major franchise who knows how to fucking abuse tax breaks and incentive programs, you're not gonna exist. Ugh, depressing. Oh my god. And here we have from Vergaderung. Oh, hey, it works now. Don't know why it didn't before. 9 months. 9 months, Vergaderung. If your sub was a baby, we'd be picking out names. Thank you so much for that, man. Vergaderung, you're fucking awesome, dude. Your support means the world to me. Yeah, there it is. There it is. That super high highlight is going to pay off right here. I'm new to the all-scale 75 products. I don't use them very often. So I'm still, I feel like, learning how to use these Inktense colors, but... So this is the first one I did, and I had kind of a muted pink highlight on it. Over here, this foot standing on the toad, and then we come over here, and this was the extreme highlight, followed by the Inktense, and I think that is the answer right there. Hair flex. Hair flex. What's going on, Flex? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. You know, we got a thing.
Hello there.
How you doing, Flex? Just sitting here at 3 a.m. Man, that's you're like me a lot of the time on Twitch when I'm watching people from overseas. They're like, I just got up and I'm just doing some painting. I'm having a good time. I'm like, it's fucking 3 a.m., man. What are you talking about? Doing some Mech HQ. What you doing in Mech HQ? Building some mechs there, buddy? Well, if it isn't the sexiest radio voice on Twitch. Cat Comedy isn't in the stream, man. I don't know what you're talking about. How you doing, Thunderdome Drew? Always a pleasure to see you, Project Dark Fox. Thank you for getting that shout out. Percentage-wise, about how far are you on this one? Percentage-wise on this, I'd put myself at 60 to 70%. On this paint job. Because I've only got, I think, about one more fast pass on the purple. And then throw down my filter, and then I gotta work on the pink, and then do the cockpit glass and the last few details. Now, could I spend a lot more time on this mech? Oh, absolutely. I could spend an unreasonable amount of time on this if I wanted to. Oh, don't ever challenge me to that one, because I'll I'll lose myself in a paint job. I'll spend a month doing one, and at the end of it, I'll be like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? It's a good question, though. Thunderdome Drew, what are we doing with our lives, man?
Welcome back.
Are we
to
winning?
50 Shades
Is
of
this
Cold
winning?
Gray.
Feels like winning.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
There he is. There's Chaotic Harmony.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
Alights with disappointment. I just realized I didn't finish my previous round of highlights, so I'm going to get back to that and do it real quick. I got distracted by wanting to see what that filter would look like. So let's finish. Actually, I should do some more work on the cockpit glass before I finish up those struts, or I'm gonna regret it. I'm gonna regret it. What you up to, Thunderdome Drew? You streaming tonight, man?
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
It's true, we're not. Airflex, anytime you want to know what's on that printer, you can hit !STL, and assuming that I've actually updated my overlay, it should give you a pretty good idea. That is one of 3 printers that I usually have going at any given time, to be fair. So the answer also might include, you know, some other random shit. But that's what's on the camera. And those specifically are door sections for the Borealis dropship, designed for use with Battletech, that has been released from Steel Warrior Studios very, very recently, with STLs coming soon. Physical sales have been open for a few days now. Not tonight, my fire at the Zoom later on. Trying to push on some Dark Angels to get this commish wrapped up, man. I hear that. I hear that. Well, good luck with that, man. Always a pleasure to have you stopping in, Thunderdome. You got anything for the Storm Report tonight, my man? There's a cooldown on it. So once somebody's hit it, I think you have to wait like 5 minutes for it to go again, Hetzer. Oh, I'm still on timeout. Poor Jack is on timeout. Oh. Jack, you're on permanent timeout. Somebody put Jack on permanent timeout. I don't know how. I don't know what feature that would be. I don't know if I'm talking about in Twitch chat or somehow through my chat bot, but somebody do it. Don't actually. No, okay, I shouldn't say that. The last time I did that, one of my mods, like, accidentally temporarily banned somebody, so I probably shouldn't make that joke. There, that's pretty good. Let's do these pink highlights. Good news, bad news. Computer turned on, hard drive works, but now it can't see the solid state drive. Well, it didn't eat itself alive, and that is always a positive, right? So, you know, silver linings and all that. There's always, for me, a heart-stopping moment when I've made changes to a PC, and I go to start it up again, and it likes to give me a little pause. And I don't know if it's really pausing longer than it normally does, or if I'm just imagining it, but My heart does stop in that moment when I'm waiting for it to just be like, nope. No, sir, your PC is broken and it will never work again because you had the balls to try and change something. You moron. But thankfully that hasn't happened in a while. I probably shouldn't say that. I'm going to jinx myself. I wouldn't say I'm superstitious, but I am a little stitious. So yeah, I'm glad that it turned on for you, Pawn Burn. If it's just a matter of getting it to recognize it, I mean, that's something. Well, hey, that's something, Pawn Burn. That's something. Maybe I can use that phrase about 30 more times in the next 5 minutes. Hey, that's something, man. Yeah, hey, that's something. Christ. That happens when I'm streaming sometimes. You know, you find a phrase that you like, and you just kind of stick with it for a while, and then out of nowhere, you use it like 10 times in a row. Used to deal with that on a daily basis while back in a previous job. As long as you're not dealing with that on a daily basis, just like sitting around doing nothing, that would be strange. No, that was too much. I'm being kind of sloppy right now. But you know, just like my buddy, We're the Gamers / Greg the Salt Miner always used to tell me, paint sloppy, man. Just get some painting done. Whatever you gotta do. You don't like it later, you can always clean it up. And that's the truth. Just get something painted. Don't sit around and let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Don't sit around overthinking your paint jobs to the point that you never get them done. Just fucking paint something, because the worst thing that's gonna happen if you hit it with an undercooked idea is you're gonna be like, it didn't quite come out the way I wanted. Maybe I'll fix it. And I find that more than half the time, if I'm being honest, I don't want to. I'll leave a paint job the way it is and be like, I'm just gonna do better the next time. And I think that's healthy. Because painting things badly is better practice for painting than thinking a lot about how you're gonna paint something perfectly and not actually doing it. The only mistake is not to paint at all. Ain't that the truth? Paint without fear. You must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Oh god, that's gonna be like a thing again, isn't it? Dune's gonna come out and suddenly every fucking pseudo-intellectual asshole on the planet is gonna be blogging about the fucking litany against fear, aren't they? Oh, that's gonna be insufferable. You guys are actually gonna shame me into picking up my brush at this rate. What's up, Momo? How you doing? I always catch you over at Studio J7. How are things, Momo? You should never pick your brush up out of shame. Don't pick your brush up out of shame. Do it out of a desire to paint. Out of a desire to have a cool thing that looks badass. You know what I mean? Okay, no. If you got a tat, Drew, if you got a tat of the litany against fear, I'm pretty sure that makes you pretty fucking OG, alright? Thank you so much for the reminder, Amateur Paint Hour. Dude, Momo, my sleep schedule's so fucked up right now. Like, I've been going to bed at like 4 a.m., so don't feel too bad. Unless you got someplace to be, in which case you have my sympathies. That's the thing. Like, I'm not saying that the litany against fear is bad. The litany against fear is fucking excellent. The litany against fear, I'm not even gonna... I'll just admit, I've used the litany against fear to calm myself down in stressful situations in my life. It's actually really, really good. It's just that all at once, like, every fucking nerd on the internet is gonna become an expert on it overnight. And it's gonna be posted everywhere, and there's gonna be a billion tattoos of it. And I mean, that's not like really a problem. That's just me gatekeeping. But it is going to annoy me a little bit. I was gonna be annoyed anyway, though. So I mean, you know, what are you gonna do? Good to catch people I usually miss. Yeah, it is good for that, and I find that I do that too. If I'm up at like 3 a.m. and still on Twitch, I'll catch people that I'm not normally able to jump on and be a sustained viewer on during the day. Who's a Bobbin Illustration is always on at like 3 a.m. That girl. Well, but she also lives in like Wales, so you know. Yeah. Oh shit, now we're not gonna have the unique tattoos anymore. Damn it, the thing that I like, the thing that I identified myself with liking when it wasn't cool is suddenly gonna become cool. Oh, how put upon we are as men. How put upon we are as nerds. That's life though, you know? You either die an outcast or live long enough to see yourself become mainstream. There are certainly worse fates in this world. I'm pretty psyched for Cyberpunk 2077, you guys. Like, I've been ignoring it. Like, not watching any of the videos, not getting excited about the release dates, or like, I've just been ignoring it. Ever since Keanu Reeves walked out onto the stage and was just like, I'm gonna be in the fucking video game. Because I'd rather have it... I need to put some more paint down here. This is way too thin, and I keep thinning it more, and that's why I keep going back for more. Because with things like that, I hate... Like, I absolutely will follow every single development and geek out over every stupid little thing and engage in fan theories and blah, 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 blah. But I'm like, I'm too tired for it right now. So I just wanted to, like, put it out of my head and then one day wake up and someone would be like, oh, Cyberpunk 2077 came out. And I'd be like, oh, sweet, cool, yeah, I want to play that. And I almost pulled it off. I got pretty close. It's coming out next month. So I did a decent job. And now I'm kind of getting ramped up into the hype for it. Of course, they just released a fresh round of marketing with Keanu being all like, seize the day and then set it on fire. And I'm like, oh, Keanu. Oh, Keanu. It looks like a sweet fucking game, though. I'm probably gonna stream it. Like, I say that like everybody isn't gonna stream that fucking game. Like... As soon as it comes out, every single stream on Twitch, like half of them at least, are going to be Cyberpunk 2077. And that's cool, you know? It's going to be a sweet game. The Night City Wire videos, I haven't seen them. There's a redemption idea. What? Make a decision for me in Cyberpunk? Pay like 100,000 volts and I'll try to kill Keanu? I don't even want to do that. Keanu's the man. Who's he playing? Johnny Silverhand? Really hope it's as good as it's hyped up to be. I agree. Momo, if it's like... I try not to have, like, blind faith in any one developer anymore because I've been burned as many times as I have, and I think everybody can kind of sympathize with that even if they haven't given up quite as much as I have. But so far, CD Projekt Red has not fucked me. If anything, so far, CD Projekt Red has continually given me high-quality gaming experiences to the point that I have been surprised by them. So I'm choosing to believe that they are going to do a good job this time, and I'm letting myself hope. When normally, like, yeah, my sense tell me that, yeah, Synthwave is going to be the most downloaded panels for Twitch on Earth. Yeah, like, that's gonna, it's just gonna be a thing for a while. We're gonna have to ride that wave, baby. I've been rinsing my brush a whole. I've been talking and I'm not thinking about what I'm doing, so I wind up rinsing my brush a lot because it's just sort of like a, not a tick, but a programmed action, you know? '80s music and synthwave. You know, fuck it. I don't even care. I don't even care. If of all the things that could possibly become popular and kind of overblown, like if retro '80s cyberpunk and synthwave is what becomes super popular, like I'm just gonna roll with it because you know what? It's cool. That's fine. And yeah, Momo, I'm right there with you. I am daring to hope, which is something I don't usually do when it comes to video games, but the world has me at a point right now where, man, I gotta hope for something. And I might as well hope for something that if it goes wrong, it's just not that bad. Worst case scenario, the game kind of sucks and I go back to playing, you know, whatever it is that's the flavor of the month. Because I have no actual taste myself, I just do what other people like. I know I seem like a real person, but I'm not actually a real person. Even half as good. Yeah, and that's a good point, Pondburn. It's not going to live up to the hype, but that's the thing, though. It doesn't have to. The hype is so overblown that if it gets, would you say, Momo, if it gets half of what the hype is, like, it's still going to be pretty damn good. Yeah, the PS5, and I'll admit that Horizon Forbidden West, is that what they're calling it? The sequel to Zero Dawn? I didn't play Zero Dawn until it released on PC a little bit ago. But I enjoyed the shit out of that game. Horizon Zero Dawn is a fantastic game with some really, really cool world building. And they might have sold me on a PS5 just so I can play Forbidden Wests next year. Johnny Mnemonic. Yeah, he's basically just going to be Johnny Mnemonic, to be fair. Hang on, I missed the first part of what you were saying, Roland. Let me scroll up a little bit here. Oh yeah, redeem points to influence my decisions. That's not a bad idea, actually, if you guys want to stick around for a whole RPG. Yeah. Silverhand, who is by 2077 50 years dead, I know, because I killed him. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're going to have, like, a, yeah, but the canon storyline is this. That's 2077's biggest mysteries. How is Johnny around 50 years after Atom Smasher killed him? Second mystery, how is Atom Smasher alive after a nuclear bomb detonated at his feet? I think that what they're going to be riding on for a lot of that, Roland, is the fairly firm knowledge that most of their current audience for Cyberpunk 2077, this is their first entry into Cyberpunk. So I think they're probably going to handwave a lot of that. But, at the same time, CD Projekt Red has some really, really talented writers on their staff, so they might come up with something pretty clever for that. Or maybe he's just like an AI or like a social media composite version of his old self, or like the face of some marketing campaign or something. Like, these are all good excuses to go ahead and put him in the game anyway. Fuck the clones, Thunderhead. Honestly, they probably had an explanation for that lined up when they first started making the game, because they, I mean, the title is Cyberpunk 2077. They clearly knew what year they were going to set the game in, and I don't think they would have chosen that unless they had some reason for it. Hoping we'll see some good couch co-op games come back with 5. There's been a lot of hype for co-op games lately in general, and I like that. We've seen kind of a rise in the popularity of, like, Fall Guys, which Fall Guys is, like, as far as I can tell, the spiritual successor to Mario Party. And that was an era of gaming. I would like to see more of that come back and be popular for a while. Because we've been in the, like, gritty single-player... Actually, we've had a couple of good single-player RPGs, but we've been in the gritty shooter era for a long time. Maybe gritty isn't even accurate, because Overwatch has been a big deal for a number of years now. I guess we're in kind of like the goofy shooter era. But I could afford to move away from the shooter era entirely and into more of a party game era. That would be just fine with me. Been in constant contact with the Cyberpunk writer-creator too. See, that's why I'm saying I choose to have faith. I choose to have some faith in CD Projekt Red, because they're so far, everything they've done has been pretty fantastic. Have that on PS4 and completely forgot about it. Well, you know, go back to it, baby. I just found a cooked chicken breast in the fridge. What sauce should I put on it? Well, Puck Duncher, I mean, that depends on what sauces you have, to be fair. So why don't you give me some options? I do not have the right consistency on this pink. Give me a second. I'm distracting myself and I'm not mixing properly. Alright, there we go. Before I carry this further, I want to go ahead and do the cockpit glass, because I'm going to regret it if I don't. See what this jade does. I really think it comes down to sales. If everyone has to have a machine and a battle pass to play, then couch co-ops lose money in the maker's eyes. Yeah, I mean, it is that is what it's going to come down to. It's always going to come down to sales. What gets made is going to be a reflection of what people are buying right now. That needs to be higher. Or, alternatively, this needs to be deeper. Let's try some of this Intense Green on it. You have curry powder? See, there you go. Well, curry's easy. I almost always have some kind of curry mix just lying around. Do you have any of that pepper plant hot sauce? Because you should just soak it in that, baby. I want a resurgence of flight sims. Rio, oh yeah, I would also very much appreciate that. I want very badly for Star Wars Squadrons to do better than I think it's ultimately going to do. Makes me a little bit sad. But I think it might wind up getting kind of passed over. Like, it's got a little bit of notoriety, but just not everybody's into flight sims. It's not going to hit the kind of popularity you need to really see a resurgence. And I don't know, it's like flight sims need to be more accessible, but I don't know how you make hands-on throttle and stick setups that much cheaper. You're not wrong, Thunderdome. Now, that's an interesting idea. Do we think that the global pandemic is going to have a significant... I mean, it almost has to, right? It has to have a significant impact on video game and console sales. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. I hadn't really thought about, like... It seems so obvious now that I say it out loud. How about Among Us? Have you tried that one? Hetzer, we've done Among Us right here on the stream once or twice and had a pretty good time with it. And yeah, no, I enjoy the hell out of Among Us. That's a lot of fun. Oh, Hairflex, you don't like Squadrons? I'm curious. I'm not going to try to change your mind. Because, you know, personal preference being what it is, we all like things for the reason that we like them. I'm just curious what it is about Squadrons that you don't like. Now, bear in mind, I'm usually the first guy to point out that EA is literally the devil and you should feel bad for giving them money. And let me point out also that I already do feel guilty for giving them even the $40 that I did for the game. But at no point so far have I felt like that $40 was not worth the gameplay experience of it. I was expecting, at most, a redux of X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter / X-Wing Alliance with VR support, and it has delivered that. It has, in fact, delivered that to me. But I'm curious what it is about it that has turned you off of it so strongly, because I've met a number of people with strong negative opinions on it. I don't really agree with any of them, but I like to gather those opinions. Been trying to get a PS5 pre-order for a month and had 6 removed from my cart before I could click buy. Oof! Yeah, that's a sign, I'd say. Damn. Pawn burn! You're not quite, man. You are the second pawn burn. You are right behind Vergaderung for that 9-month streak. He got his 9-month streak earlier today. So close, though. You guys are the first and second. My issue is Disney has completely ruined Star Wars for me. So anything new for Star... You know... I can't criticize that point of view because I have given it myself. I have believed it myself a number of times. I've talked about it here on the channel. Maybe I've lowered my standards. Maybe Disney getting a hold of the franchise and releasing the sequels is what it took for me to finally just lower my standards and be like, you know what, I will accept certain things that I would not have before. Because the sequels are bad, they're real bad, but they softened my opinion in a big way on the prequels. And Fallen Order wasn't bad. Jedi Fallen Order, the game that they made a little while ago, the sort of pseudo Dark Souls alike, I enjoyed that one. I did. I don't know. The fact that Squadrons is set like Galactic Civil War era, so it's all classic ships, I think helps me a lot. If you put me in that game and it was like, you can only fly the new sequel ships and you're gonna play as Rey, I'd be like, fuck this. Dark sciences. Pawnburn, thank you so much for your support, man. Thank you so much for that sub. I really appreciate that. I'm not gonna rant. Not gonna rant about Star Wars. It's okay. We shouldn't got a myth, but I mean, there's what we should have to do, and then there's reality. And reality is that Disney owns Star Wars, and Disney, I hate Disney. I hate Disney as a company. They are such a soulless, blood-sucking corporation. They're like one of the most cynical corporate entities on the planet Earth. They distill and they package nostalgia, and then they sell it back to you, and it's dark, and it's sick, and they've been doing it for decades. This is gonna sound so lame. I hate to be the guy who's like, I hated Disney before it was cool. But I mean, I grew up in Florida. I saw firsthand what they do to that state and what they do with the huge amounts of money that they pull in and how they fucking treat people. And they are... I've had to keep telling people throughout the years when they're like, oh, Disney's doing this cute thing. I'm like, just know, like, enjoy it. Yeah, sure. Be like, yeah, I enjoy this Disney property. That's fine. But know in your heart that they're doing it for the worst possible reasons. Know in their heart that, in your heart, that on some level, they not only, it's not that they hate you. It's that they think of you as nothing more than a fucking, a piñata they can smack for money to fall out of. They do everything for the most cynical reasons. It's like when they fired James Gunn briefly over the whole tweet thing. I'm like, you guys, you have to realize they only did this because some fucking algorithm said that they should. And then as soon as they realized that they made a mistake, that the public was not on their side, they reversed course. They don't do anything for the right reasons, even when they do the right things. And that was not, by the way. They will do literally anything that it takes to make money. And I mean, I guess you could make the argument that's not strictly a bad thing for a corporate entity, but I guess my problem is with what it is that they're selling. They're selling, fundamentally, they're selling art. And they've just, I mean, I guess that's the future, is the commodification of artistic thought, right? Yeah, Jack, I grew up in Melbourne Beach, dude. I was born in Melbourne Beach. I mean, it is Crossbow Roof, but again, I think it's like, you know, I can't get angry at Amazon as much, because they're like, we're just selling you anything that you want. I get angrier at Disney, because they're like, it's happy and joyous, and it's the most magical place on Earth, and oh, your childhood should be lived here. Everything we do is magic. Like, no, it is not. And now they own everything. They own Marvel, they own Star Wars, and I'm just like, I'm beaten. I'm broken. I don't know. I can't argue with it anymore. I can't resist it anymore. They own pieces of my childhood that I, for whatever reason, can't let go of. So, you know, whatever. I'm gonna pick out the things that they do that are good, and I'm gonna leave the rest behind. I'm gonna hope that we can raise enough of a stink to decanonize the sequel trilogy, even though I don't think it's ever gonna happen. I swear I told you I was born in Melbourne Beach when we were in Florida together. I swear that happened. Yeah, I've heard that got a myth. I've heard that. And I'm not against it. It is. You're not wrong, Hairflex. That is rock bottom profit seeking. But like I said, I mean, maybe it's that a very large part of me inside has died. Maybe that's my problem. But at this point, I don't even care. If you make those sequel movies go away, if you make it so that I can pretend like they didn't happen when I'm thinking about some of my favorite fictional characters, apparently I'll just give you a piece of my soul. Apparently that's how far I have fallen. Yeah, no, the proximity is definitely a factor, Crossbow Roof. And that's what I'm talking about with growing up in Florida. Like, I could never love Disney because I saw what they were doing to the local environment and to real estate prices down there. And those, like, the bizarre Disney villages and retirement communities that they opened up is just so... ugh. And for that matter, the influence that they have over local government is crazy. You don't make decisions in Florida without considering what the mouse thinks, because the mouse is the lifeblood. The mouse employs a huge number of your constituents, and therefore is going to make decisions for you. Yeah, like Highlander 2, just bad dreams. On some level, I've accepted the corporate future. You know, it's cyberpunk is all fuck. Let's just embrace it, because you know what cyberpunk is better than is the, like, post-plague apocalypse. And it seems like in 2020, those are the two options we're being given. We're being given a choice between, like, plague future and confusingly ergonomic cyberpunk future. We're not all wearing black trench coats. We don't all have mind drives. Instead, we're wearing, you know, like stormtrooper suits and running around with our fucking BB-8 backpacks. But it's essentially the same thing. We just got the aesthetics wrong, that's all. Yeah, that's the thing, Roland. Look that up. Took some soy sauce, brown sugar, sriracha, garlic powder in a pot and thinking that's way better than any of our suggestions, Buck Duncher. Why did you even ask us? You were like, I have a better idea. I'm gonna make some amazing fucking sauce. Good for you. Now I'm hungry. Damn it. Buck Duncher, what are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? I can't seem to get this pink paint at the right thickness for what I'm doing at any given time. Well, whatever, we're gonna make it work anyway. It's either too thick or too thin, and at no point is it just right. The Goldilocks zone eludes me, and my brush is being uncooperative. Let's try one more time. Just needed ideas. You just needed to take our ideas and grind them up and swallow them and see what came out the other end, right? I'm glad they were helpful to you, Puck Duncher, because it sounds like what you came up with is delicious. Did I eat anything today? I had lunch, didn't I? I mean, maybe I did. It's very saucy. Do it, Hetzer. You don't have to paint the greatest thing you've ever painted in your life, man. Do you have the supplies? Have you got some paints? Have you got some brushes? Have you got a mini? Just throw some paint on it. Fuck it. What's the worst thing that can happen? Take 2 is a go. So good night. See y'all Tuesday. Pondburn, you have a fantastic night. Thanks for being here, man. It is always a pleasure to see you. I believe the Hextech mats are single-sided. I have one of them, and yeah, it's single-sided. I do. Time is my problem. I mean, you don't have to... You know, this is something that I have used in the past to just get me painting. Hetzer, just paint for half an hour. Most people can find half an hour in their day someplace. So just take that 30 minutes, sit down, and just do just brush some primer on. Do one quick round of highlights. Just do anything at all. And then at the end of that, you know, when your timer goes off, set it down, put your shit away, step away, and then do it again tomorrow. Before you know it, you'll be back into it. Alright, I need to come back at these cockpits before I go any further with that. And that's going to involve a little bit of this spectral glow mixed into my jade, I think. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's almost too much. Maybe I do want to start with just the jade and then go to that. Let's try that out. Yeah, I darkened that too much to skip the jade step. Oh my god, these windows are so tiny. Windows are tiny, and my brush isn't keeping its tip very well. There we go. Fond of me lobster, though, ain't you? I seen it. You're fond of me lobster. Oh, man. You're gonna make me need to watch the fucking lighthouse again. This is why I always try to do this first, is because you end up being... and trying to get into small spaces like this, it gets messy. If you do it first, it's easy to paint the parts around it, though. I'm going to define it some with some black lining around it, too. Having a set goal helps me get painting, too, like joining Jimmy's 6-month army challenge gives me a reason to do something every day so I don't fall behind. Yeah, a little bit of a schedule can help. It depends on, how you work. I don't always do the best with that, but sometimes. Have a mountain of mechs showing up soon, so I'm going to be busy. I'm glad to hear that, Hetzer. Yeah. The Kickstarter Wave 1 has been going out. If you ever need any inspiration, man, feel free to come around. We try to keep ourselves motivated around here. I'll tell you what, Hetzer. You should consider posting to the Storm Report when you do get some painting done, man. A number of people have found it a good way to kind of keep tabs on how much progress they're making and get just a little bit of extra oomph to keep themselves going. And if I can provide that to you in any way, shape, or form, I would be happy to. It helps me, too. It's painters helping painters. It's a funny sort of thing, that kind of, I'm just going to paint for 20 minutes a day, I'm just going to paint for half an hour a day. It doesn't feel like you're doing much. But any progress at all is better than zero. Any progress. And if you take those half-hour sessions and you line them up next to one another, you do that for a week, and you've just spent, 4.5 hours painting a miniature. And that's not bad. You can get a mini done a week with 4.5 hours over the course of the week actually painting it. And the funny thing about it, that you're going to find, and I think it's probably obvious, is that you'll often go over that limit. That's what I always did. With the, let me see. The course of a week? Yeah, it'd be 3.5 hours. Wow, okay. I don't know what my brain did there. Still, 3.5 hours painting a mini, almost 4 hours. Math is hard. You can paint a whole mini in that time. One mini a week is a pretty decent goal when you're not producing anything otherwise. And in my experience, when I've been making myself do that, when I'm in that mode where I'm like, I just got to do this half hour, I just got to paint a little fucking bit, you're going to go over that limit. You're going to find yourself like, yeah, but you know what I could do? I could paint for another 10 minutes, because I've got 10 minutes right now. And you would not be painting for that 10 minutes if you hadn't gotten started with the initial half hour. It's just kind of a good way to trick yourself into getting work done. And before you know it, it won't seem like such a big deal to sit down and do it. It'll just be something that you do. Part of the reason I do this stream, like, in many ways, this stream is my version of that just paint a half an hour a day. This stream is my just paint for three-hour sessions, or in this case right now, because we're doing a lot of gaming, 3-hour sessions a week. And what it often does is ensure that I'm actually painting more than just what I'm streaming. Hey, how's it going, White Wolf? This is Kursala's sculpt of the Orion, modified from the MWO version. It is lovely, isn't it? Kursala really did a good job on this Orion. And not just the modifications to the Orion, but there's a clan elemental down under his foot there that's being stomped on. Well, would you look at the time? It's time to launch Elite for the 3rd time today. Well, that's something fun. There you go. Just play video games 3 times a day, you know, in at least a 6-hour session. And before you know it, you'll be wasting your entire life. I need to fire up Elite just to remember, like, where I am and what I have in that game. Sometimes I think I should stream to keep me painting, but I'd be one of those streamers who natters 90% of the time. I don't know. What is that even like? Who does that? Are there people out there who stream and they say, like, I'm gonna paint this miniature, and then they just bullshit the entire stream? I mean, that doesn't happen. That's crazy. No, sir. I need to grab another beer. Locust and Gentlemex, I'll be back in just a second. Just like that. I love this stream deck, you guys. It seems so stupid and so silly, just describing what it does, but it really just makes things so much simpler for me. Is the logo wrong? Hang on, let me see. I got my old logo on there. Okay, so everything is going to be getting updated with the new logo. I am hoping to have everything hot to trot, fresh, and updated by probably mid-January. I know that seems like a long time to slate it out, but I've got some things in the works that are going to take at least that long. I'm going to use this Inktense green as kind of like a... Well, no, I've got a green liner. I should use my green liner. I own it, right? Yeah, I'm gonna use some of this Reaper Master Series green liner. Yeah, all of my cams have the old logo. I say I'm putting off just sticking the new logo on absolutely everything for a reason. That reason will become clear in the fullness of time. Actually, I don't think I mixed that enough. Hang on. Really? Did they discontinue it? Well, I'm glad I've got, like, 2 unopened bottles of it in that case. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out, because I really actually like a lot of these Reaper. They're discontinuing the, like, all the liners, or just the colors? If they discontinue the gray liner, like, I'm gonna cry. Custom Battletech scale decals. So your best bet on that one, Roland, is almost always gonna be, Fighting Piranha graphics. He can be hard to nail down sometimes. Same with the blue. Yeah, like, I love their liners. They're great. I don't want to lose them. Yeah, that's true, Roland. They've had... I haven't been able to get a custom decal out of them in almost a year and a half already. That's why I'm like, well, Fighting Piranha, but I wish there was someone comparable to Fighting Piranha. But as far as I know, and I would love it if someone would prove me wrong, because I'd like to know who this person is, there's no one who really does what he does. Which just seems crazy to me. That he's the only guy out there making high-quality decals for mech games. That doesn't seem right, but I also... I can't dispute it. Testers makes decal... I mean, yeah, you can make your own. I've made some of my own. But none of them have been as high a quality as I got from Fighting Piranha. I've made them on laser printers. I've gone through all the... Well, part of the problem is, too... Thank you so much for the reminder, Amateur Paint Hour. Part of the problem, too, is the scale. Because if I was making decals... I have made decals for Space Marines. There are obviously a couple of their pre-made decals, but everything I've done for my Iron Snakes have been custom-made decals that have turned out pretty well. All my Iron Snakes decals I made myself. All my little Omegas and Greek symbols and everything. Like, I printed these. And they're awesome, and I love them. But when you try to do detailed decals at a much, much larger scale, they come out funny. They come out, I don't know. It's hard to get the right resolution, you know? Because they're so damn small. He's the only one licensed to do Battletech decals. What the fuck is it with Battletech licensing? Like, how does... They've got some money. They have to be able to pay somebody other than companies working apparently out of their fucking garage to make things. And I know Ironwind Metals isn't working out of their garages, but they're not far above that. You know? Like, I just feel like with a successful $3.5 million Kickstarter under their belt, they should be able to invest in producing some of their own, and not dumping their entire workload on some guy with a printer. Hey, what's up, Samara? It's good to see you. This is also true, Aeon Drummond. If you're doing custom decals, licensing shouldn't matter. But there aren't... It required... Yeah, you know, Kursala, you might have a point there. I'm clearly asking for too much out of them. That would violate you know, Battletech has, like, the Swamp Thing curse. You know how Swamp Thing, they've tried to make movies and shows out of it for literally decades, and it always gets fucked up somehow? it just keeps falling into the hands of the wrong people over and over and over again, and that's apparently never going to stop. And I think Battletech has the same thing going for it. It's just, it's cursed. It's weirdly cursed and blessed simultaneously. I don't understand it. I feel certain there are answers out there to make sense out of it, but no one's giving them to me. So I'm forced to view it from my perspective and my perspective alone. And my perspective is, what the fuck is going on? Give Battletech to Steel Warriors too. You know what? Steel Warrior is a tiny fucking operation that Alex runs, but if you gave Alex the kind of money that he needed to make something like that, he would do it. I believe that he would do it. He would hire the right fucking... He would at least try to hire the right people and expand properly to do it. I forgot to lens the lasers. Oh, whoopsies. Well, I'll do that. I'll do that later. This needs to be thinner. If it's not thinner, I'm gonna regret it. A little bit more. Red, green, and violet liners are discontinued. Brown, blue, and gray are... Oh, whew. Okay, so brown, blue, and gray are without a doubt my most used liners from Reaper. I only just got 2 sets of the other colors, and I'm starting to like them. And now, apparently, they're... Damn it, Reaper. Well, maybe they just didn't sell as well. I can't pretend that I bought them a bunch. I only just bought my first round of them. You know how much I hate tiny windows, Kursala. I'll forgive you for this, but I wish they were bigger, that's all. Chunky and kind of weak lensing, but I think it'll do. Thank you for doing that, White Wolf. I'll take a look. Are the liners different from regular paints? So, in my experience, what the liners are is an interesting combination of super, super high pigmentation. Really, really dark pigments, but a lot of them. And a really, really low surface tension, so they tend to run into crevices very easily. And it differs from a wash in the sense that, in my experience, washes generally have a lot lower pigment density. I mean, that depends on the wash, though. It depends on what company's making it and what they call it. But the liners are really, really good for, and I'm sure I'm not nailing all the features of it precisely, but the liners are really, really, really good for precisely what they say they are, which is getting down into a crevice and just doing a line. Just darkening it. If there is a point where 2 surfaces meet and they have a crevice between them, the liner will go in there and lay there very nicely and very neatly. can come out and do some purple on these cockpit struts. That's why I was using the liners in this case. You'll see where I was using them, and I could probably afford to do a little bit more.
When
It's
watching
just kind of
Thunderhead stream,
Oh
you
my
may
God.
feel the urge to do the
Oh my God.
cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right,
How
and
did that
then
even happen?
pull it off screen entirely.
I don't even know
Come
how I
on,
did that.
Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
It won't do that when I want it to. Ugh, whatever. I'll go back and watch and see what it is that I did there. But I was using them to kind of separate, and frankly I should do a little bit more. Just to create a dark line between the glass of the cockpit and the struts running around it. And it's a little bit transparent, which I like, because, like, see, I'm going to use it here to just, in theory, gently clean up and narrow this white reflective glare. But they're not just heavily pigmented, they're incredibly dark because of what it is that they're meant to do. See, that's better, isn't it? Just cleaning that up a little bit, I think, helps it a lot. God, that cockpit glass looks nice. Yeah, White Wolf got it. Yeah, I have some Prom Night Pink. I didn't realize Prom Night Pink was metallic when I got it. But it is, for whatever reason. That'll have to do. These cockpit glass panels are very, very small, and I'm tired of fucking with them. And when you're doing something like this, too, it's often the difference between, looks a little derpy, and, oh, that looks nice, is often just a teeny tiny little change. Back to my pink here. Is it really White Wolf? I was not aware. Next cockpit I do is going to be the size of a mosquito's balls, just to spite. I just won't paint it. I just won't do it. I'll paint my own goddamn cockpit on a flat panel. wet palette is not doing its job right now. It keeps letting this pink thicken up when I'm least expecting it. It looks pretty stark right now, but it's going to look better once the Intense Violet goes over it. Also, 2 other paints with the Googly Bag and a unique map. I do love free stuff. Not gonna lie. I'll have to check that out. I miss promos a lot of the time. I was never paying attention at the right moment. Alright, I'm going to come over this and give it some of this Intense Violet and see if I can't bring all these purples together into something that I really like. Hey, Graybeard Ray, thanks so much for saying so, man. How are you? Oh, it's a bit thick. That's a bit thick. Let's thin that out. Thin the whole batch out, for that matter. They're not kidding. It is intense. Holy shit. I do not recommend using this without thinning it. Well, I mean, it depends on how you paint. But it definitely wants to be thinned quite a lot. But it lays down so nicely as a glaze or a filter. Yeah, that's more like it. Real easy. Let's put even more water in there. Oh, for the days when my hands didn't shake. Well, you know, I'm working on getting there to the point where I shake so bad that I can't paint at all. But I still got a little bit left in me, huh? You just gotta learn all the workarounds, all the little tips and tricks, but I'm sure you know that. I feel like I may have crossed a line tonight. Oh God, what Roland? No, what, I don't know how okay I am with that. Oh, thank you so much for saying so, Ray. How are you, man? You're new to the stream, yeah? Do you stream? If so, I don't know that I've seen your channel. than this. Even more. Even that is too darn much. Washing out my pinks. Yeah, that one's the one that gets me the most right now, Ray, is my eyes are slowly going and I'm having to use stuff like magnifiers and whatnot. I still get away with it without doing that now, but when I'm not on camera, I will often be wearing my my magnifying lenses. Of course, my eyes are going to be the first thing to go. That's just my stupid luck. Just going real soft with this. But you can see what it does to the pink. This just tells me that I can go even more intense with my highlights if I'm going to use this as a glaze. I like these Inktense colors, and I would, in fact, like to use them on more minis. I think I'm going to be using them a lot on my second round of Marvel Crisis Protocol that I paint on here. Because they make up for my chunky highlights and my complete lack of ability to blend properly. It's not so much lack of ability as lack of patience. He said desperately, hoping you would believe that he knew how to paint. I know how to paint. I got a girlfriend who paints really well. She just goes to another school, and that's why you don't know her. She's a model, you guys. No, literally, she's a model. I printed her. Hey, Cat of Carmody, good to see you again. It looks like we got about 11 minutes until the storm report gets kicking off, White Wolf. Off topic, may come across as a remarkably stupid question, but I figure I might as well go ahead and ask. Does anyone know how to, using Microsoft Word, insert a different header text on different pages in the same document? No, I don't, personally. Yeah, it's a school in Canada, Roland. That's why. You get it. Christ, if anything, this is too effective at blending my highlights. Like, holy moly. Losing some of the work that I did, but this is only the second mini I've used this on, so I'm gonna allow a little bit of a learning curve for myself. Not lying when they say that it is Inktense. But if you lay it on real thin and real watered down, it works as a fantastic glaze. Now, I think if you painted with this Inktense, these Inktense colors from Scale 75, if you put down your highlights like you just went like hardcore, super high contrast. If you really lean into the contrast and then do this, I feel like you could have some really amazing results. Like, don't worry about blending it almost at all. Just go for the contrast and then swipe some of this over it. Probably still thinned out. I still wouldn't use it full strength. Full strength is crazy. Full strength, I feel like I could use this as hair dye. Don't get me wrong, man. I like Canada plenty. What's up, North Star Hero? How you doing? Experiment from upcoming Stormchaser mech. Paint the whole thing in grayscales and use color with the... Okay, so this is... It's interesting you mentioned that crossbow roof. That's a painting style that I was using about 2 years ago, where I would paint in nothing but grayscale. I would just focus on where the light should be as I went through it, and then at the end of it, I glazed my colors in over top. And what my problem that I ran into is the colors would often become really desaturated. That might not be a problem with this, because the color saturation in these Inktense colors is... whoa. Just whoa. Am I going to do a dry brush after the inking? I'm not planning on it, Graybeard Ray. I might come in and do a couple of edge highlights just to pick out some spots that really got washed out, but this is a largely experimental paint job. And I kind of don't want to spend too much time on this one because I've got
Welcome back to 50 Shades
more.
of Cold Gray,
Ooh, I love
Chapter
this book.
4.
I love this
Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
The desire was there. He knew that. That is a delight. Just every time. I'm not going to spend too much time going over and over and over the details on this one. I'm going to get it to a point where I'm happy with it, and then the thing is that I have 3 more of this mech from Kursala, and I would rather take these lessons forward to the next one than spend too much time overcorrecting on this one. I'm going to be careful here. I do not want to get this down into the sections of the cockpit glass, but I do... I'm going to swipe it over the struts a bit. Just to bring that pink in line with the rest of the purple. It's going to pool anywhere, it should pool in that upper left. Ordered some wings. That's exciting as hell. Now bear in mind, I still haven't done anything to the pink panels on this. I've got to come in and do their highlighting and blending also. This is just the purple and the cockpit and the grays for right now. The other thing you can do is kind of wash this into crevices to get a real deep but reasonably well-blended shadow. These Inktense colors seem like they're just fantastic for the lazy man's blending, which is good because I'm lazy. So, Kursala, if you're around, let's take a look at this together, eh, buddy? So what I'm thinking here, what we're missing, I need to do the highlights on the pink portions and then do a final pass on them to probably blend that in. So the pink panels are just blocked in with their basic color, and I'm going to move them a little bit redder, I think towards magenta. I feel pretty good about the purple. I might come in and do a couple of quick, real high edge highlights, hit some corners. I'm pretty happy with the cockpit lensing. How do you feel about the storm cloud on the shoulder? I don't know how well that's coming across. It just looks like kind of dirty gray to me. Maybe if I went ahead and blocked in a lightning bolt, that could work. And obviously I have to lens the lasers inside the hands there. But hey, opinions. For what we've gotten done today. Needs more lightning bolt. Bolt. I'm liking the Inktense overall, the highlights on the purple now that it's had a chance to kind of settle in. I think it really works pretty well. Lessons learned, definitely going real high contrast on the highlights the next time I use Inktense, which I think is going to be a lot. I really like these colors. Now, obviously, the Toad, the elemental down there, he's probably going to be the last thing that I paint on here. I'm going to make him all good and smashed up. And this is going to go on a warm-colored, a warm but light-colored base. So that'll really help the feet kind of stand out against it. I think the lensing on the cockpit actually worked out pretty nice, and it's a real good contrast. Yeah, the cloud needs... yeah. Okay, so that's what I'm saying, Kursala. The pink, this is the base color I've laid in only. The pink is going to get highlighted and then washed down significantly darker. So ignore that. That's going to be more of a magenta. Right now we're just looking at the purple, the cockpit, and the cloud. Yeah, I could maybe come in and darken some more areas on the cloud. I feel like the texturing on it is actually working decently, but maybe it's just not dark enough to really come across. Like I've got too many shades of gray, ironically speaking. Or just ironically, that wouldn't be speaking ironically, it would just be irony. I'm very happy. Very happy with how the purple has come out. Again, if I were doing it over again, which I suspect I'm going to be here at some point in the very near future, particularly on the next mech, I would push the contrast on the purple before I applied that. But we're learning how to use the Inktense colors still. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm getting from it too, Samare. Particularly when it kind of blends in with the gray parts over here. It looks more like it's stripped down and less like it's supposed to be a cloud. Part of the issue with that is that the actual surface area is so damn small. And that's why I'm thinking if it had a lightning bolt coming out of it, it might be more clear what it's supposed to be, you know? But hey, I think we've made some pretty good progress today. Close to being able to polish that one off. And then I need to do some basing on Sentient Pickles mech. And we will be able to add these two to the roster of Stormchasers. I still need to do the cockpit glass on the Thug, I think pretty obviously. But you see, I feel like I need to bring the purple slightly higher. I don't know. I might do a little bit more work on the purple just to even it out. Flavalicious, subscribed for 9 months. This is the third time today. The third time today we've had the 9-month joke. Flavalicious, thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate your support. Maybe add some blue to the cloud. That's good thinking, Kursala. That's good thinking. That wouldn't have occurred to me until I put this thug up next to it. But yeah, I think if I put some blue into the cloud, into the underparts of it, that might help it stand out a little bit more, yeah? It's Twitch tradition. Yeah, like I say it and I'm like, oh, you're the third guy to do it today. I did it to somebody earlier today. Yeah. No, technically, I think I hit 10 months on his stream. I said something to the effect of, I'm filing for sole custody of our sub. Blue lightning bolt? That's not a bad idea. It just needs a little something. It needs a little something. And it's going to get also, I think the lensing on the lasers inside of the hands is going to help it a little bit, just to give some interest to the arms. I think the purple looks pretty good, though. I may actually do the same treatment with the Inktense purple over here on this thug before I call it a day. I might water it down significantly more and try it out. But yeah, I think a little bit of blue is going to help. That plus the lightning bolt will certainly help a lot. Yeah, what I'm thinking maybe is do some blue in the cloud and then make the lightning bolt like green, you know? The one thing I don't want to do is make it look like I'm doing the same blue lightning bolt on every single mech. Or blue bolt with a bit of blue highlighting the other side of the cloud. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. As if it's reflecting back up onto the other side of I guess that is what lightning bolts do, isn't it? Ugh. I guess I could think about that from time to time when I'm painting things. Hey, Sheep, Head, TV, welcome to the stream, welcome to the Stormchasers, thank you so much for that follow, man. I'm gonna ponder it a little bit. A red-orange bolt, that could be interesting. Because we don't have, like... We've got some warmth in that the purple leans a little bit red, and the magenta certainly leans a little bit red, but what we don't have is any warmth in yellow. Like at all. And that could actually work pretty well. It would certainly stand out. So I'll finish up the pink portions, I'll get them done, and then I'll start blocking in that lightning bolt, maybe glazing some oranges into the clouds. And I think, yeah, that'll help give it some depth, and make it look a little bit less like just stripped metal on the shoulder. I think that's a good idea. Do a similar lightning bolt on all of them, it could put them all together. Well, I mean, the fact that they have lightning bolts at all is already a pretty unifying theme. They all, I mean, and that would also kind of leave Project Dark Fox as the odd man out, because look, we have a lightning bolt on Cloudhopper over here. We got a lightning bolt on the, I believe, as of yet unnamed Thug. And then we've got a lightning bolt on Vergaderung's Awesome here, which, admittedly, his Awesome is looking almost a little bit washed out compared to how intense I've made the colors on the rest of them. But he's covered in lightning bolts, this guy. Stormchasers games win, so I'm actually freeing up some cameras now. That could actually be an achievable goal for the first part of the next year for Vergaderung, which I love. Why not red for the laser weapons? It depends on what kind of laser it is, Greybeard Ray. If it's a small laser, I do red. If it's a medium laser, I do green. If it's a large laser, I do blue. Most of them are medium, so most of them wind up green. I'm still pretty happy with how this one came out for you, Roland. The Shatter camo? It's an interesting idea, Roland. I'll play around with it. We'll see what we come up with. Really, Project Dark Fox is going to wind up being the odd man out with the Cherry Blossom themed Centurion here. But that's okay. It really does. I'm really, really happy with it. My least favorite thing about this mech is the cockpit glass, but that's mostly just because it's shaped fucking weird, and it's got these plates hanging over it, and I really just could not quite figure out how I wanted to do it, so I just kind of made it orange, gave it a light highlight, and called it a day. But I feel like the Cherry Blossoms came out wonderfully. And I'm still pretty happy with... I've learned a lot of lessons doing these. As far as Cloudhopper here goes, going more intense with the sort of galaxy effect and leaving fewer highlights, I think, is probably a good move. But yeah, she still winds up with the Thunderbolt going down the leg there. Old Cole with the follow. Thank you so much for that, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. I hope you're having a good time. I know I am. It's a floral storm up on their asses. We could have a lightning bolt connecting the Cherry Blossom. No, that's too much. Let's not do that. Bluish underclouds, mostly yellow bolt with a touch of orange. I might start, what I might do is I might start with a yellow bolt. Coming down our Orion here. And then maybe glaze in a little bit of orange and see how that looks. Just anything to add more interest to the clouds, because it's such a small area of the model, and it's such not abstract, it's a design that winds up looking like a texture anyway, so it just kind of winds up looking like a texture on the shoulder, you know? I love the idea, though. Clearly, Project Dark Fox must be in the command lance. No need for the lightning, they know the storm is coming. Ho 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 ho! I like the way you think, Papa Bear. Could perhaps have each lance leader have a paint scheme that is different from the rest of it. That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all. But yeah, good progress for today. I think it's about that time, though, stream. About that time.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glore paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Hey, and it transitioned and everything. I love when my stream deck does what it's supposed to do. Yeah, Dark. You know what? I'll go off on tangents. You know what? Let me talk to you about something. I talked about something, stream. Can we talk? Let's talk about tangents. Alright? And going off on them. And the types of tangents that you can really kind of just follow the string of down the rabbit hole. And I mean, speaking of rabbit holes, I mean, how many people have really watched Alice in Wonderland? It's a classic story, you know? And no, that's too obvious, isn't it?
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
And as I've said before, the bat is not as much fun as it sounds. Like, you hear that and you think, like, oh, a cat's gonna bat me, it's gonna be cute. She uses a balled-up fist, dude. It's rough. FedExing you a live skunk. You don't have to. There are live skunks, like, surrounding my property. I have to actively attempt to keep skunks away from my shit. You don't have to send me anything. Roll it. Let's go ahead and dive on in to tonight's Storm Report. Oh, God. Really? That is the first thing? The first that you let Chaotic Harmony post first, and it's an audio file. This is what I have to deal with today? Oh, God, okay. Alright. Alright, let's have a listen. Hang on a second. Turn down Pretzel a little bit here. Let's see if this works. Alright, and again, I haven't changed anything, but that doesn't mean that OBS isn't going to try to fuck me here. So I'm going to push play and let me know if no sound comes out, okay?
To give today's Storm Report one hell of a start, I've decided,
there's no sound.
by the grace that is Chaotic Harmony, to start it off with a joke. Did you know that diarrhea is hereditary? It runs in your genes.
Well, this is great. You can hear it, but I can't. Do I not have my monitor on? No, that should work. So you heard it and I didn't. This is a new one. Let's try this one more time.
To give today's Storm Report one hell of a start, I've decided, by the grace that is Chaotic Harmony, to start it off with a joke. Did you know that diarrhea is hereditary? It runs in your genes.
I can't believe I just played that twice. I can't believe I just played that twice. I hope you're happy, Chaotic Harmony. I hope you're happy. We got a good stream going tonight. We got fucking, what do we got? I'm clocking 54 viewers right now. 54 people just listened to that shit twice. and I estimate that we'll be down to 20 within the next 10 seconds. Damn it, chaotic. Yeah, see, there you go. It just dropped. Why do I continue to allow this? I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god. All right, let's get that music back up a little bit here, and let's see what Cat's got for us. Here we have, first up from Cat Ionic, the photo on the bottom left is pre-wash. I felt the talons needed some more oomph. But yay, first painted thing. Yeah. Okay. Now this is the pre-wash one, and then we've given it a wash after that. I see it's kind of dulled down some of our metals. And yeah, the claws have a little bit more of a yellow thing going on to them. Claws are an interesting one. You want to texture them, kind of. A sucker for punishment. Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. The truth is, I don't want to succeed. I don't want to be a good streamer. I just pretend that I do, so I sabotage myself at every possible opportunity. Hey, what's up, LJ Dub? How you doing? Working on making the doors of my Sigma Dome fit. Damn, it's tight. Needs a lot of sanding. So, I'll be the first person to tell you, LJ Dub, the doors on the Sigma Dome work. As soon as I got them done, I realized that I could do better. I thought of some things to make that mechanism work more easily. I would not be surprised if there is a second version of the Sigma Dome door segment. And if/when that happens, those files will go out for free to everyone who has purchased the Sigma Dome so far. And anyone who has purchased the domes will also probably get a discount getting a replacement door. It's not that the door doesn't work. It does. I've got several of them and they do work. But yeah, you're right. It's a tight fit and the mechanism isn't quite what I wanted it to be. You know? I'm much, much, much happier with the mechanisms that we have on the new Borealis dropship. I don't know if you've seen the new Borealis, but yeah, that one, like, I am 100% and completely proud of that one. You download that one, you print out those files, you get the doors snapped on, like, you're going to be happy with them too. And that, for me, is the benchmark of quality moving forward for, like, snap lock mechanisms and Hextech products. But I'm glad that you're enjoying the, like, otherwise, is the Sigma Dome working out for you, J-Dub? Oh, thank you so much, Samir. I'm shooting for inside of the next 48 hours, LJ Dub. I'm shooting for inside of the next 48 hours. At this point, he is just waiting on me to send him a couple more files, and they'll be available. And I'm hoping to get those polished off tonight and test prints out tomorrow. As long as you love the Sigma Dome overall, we can move forward with that, man. Oh yeah, no, it'll be coming your way. Absolutely. And yeah, if/when there are new doors for the Sigma Dome, I'll make sure you get the files for that for free, man. The STLs, I think I talked to Alex about them being available for like $50. I can't say 100% for certain. I leave most of that pricing to him. But I think we were shooting for about $50 for the files. It's a lot of files. By the time I got the whole thing done, it's 40-something STLs. But man, does it ever fit together smooth. I got a second one. It's printed now. I need to assemble it. I'm just going to make a bunch of them at this point. I'm so happy with that thing. Cat, this is some pretty damn cool work here. Printed and painted. I love the yellowed look on the claws. Really dig the wash work that you did on this. Nicely done, Cat, and thank you so much for sharing, as always. First painted thing, hell yeah. I've been trying to get her to do more painting, like any painting at all, for like the last 6 months, and I'm just glad she's finally doing it. Got some big campaign plans for the Trinity, Dome, and Borealis. Dude, that's... Yes. I want to see pictures of that. If you don't mind, please post pictures of any campaigns or games that you do with Hextech. That's exciting as shit. Really excited for the Dome. I'm glad you are. I love the Sigma Dome. Every single part of it works beautifully, and like I said, I'll be the first person to admit that the door just isn't... Again, it works. I feel like I'm just one breakthrough away on that to figure out how to make it work perfectly. The tolerances are tight, though. I hope that you enjoy that set, my man. And the fact that it's modular means that if you get the new one, you can just swap it right the hell out for one piece, which that's part of the reason I like designing modular pieces. Thank you so much, LJ-Dub. I look forward to seeing that. Here we have coming down a photo from Rogue 19K with no accompaniment whatsoever. Just a picture of a wall and an ocean. Can someone help me with this? What am I missing? I mean, you know what, Rogue? That sure is a picture that you posted. Maybe the clouds? Look at the perfect symmetry. They line up well. I mean, is it like a puzzle? Okay, hang on. Is this like a magic eye thing? Like, maybe if I cross my... Nope. Is it loss? No. It's not. No, I'm not even going to look at it. In case, on some off chance, it is Roland. What the fuck? Oh god, why is it in a glass? What? Onion flavored juice? This isn't even 4 panels, and yet somehow this is loss. No, Roland. What? How you doing, Justicar 6? Who poured it in a fucking pint glass? Like, even it in the carton is not that bad. It's the fact that next to it, it's in a fucking pint glass, which makes me think about drinking it, which... Oh no. Alright, let's just move on. Let's continue and see what sort of palette cleanser we might have. That is, in fact, a cursed image. Dave's Mini Art, thank you so much for that subscription, my friend. How you doing today, Dave? Here we have from Rodan. Now I got all the named ring rates done. Oh, yeah. All on their mounts and everything. There's some nice... Okay, now a lot of these are in fine cast at this point. They're using, like, the old metal molds, and they're casting that cheap, shitty resin into them. And I feel the need to mention this, because Rodan still manages to make these models look good with his paint jobs, and I just want you to understand that that is a challenge in and of itself. Sitting down with these models as they're being sold by Games Workshop right now, and painting them in a way that doesn't look like shit, is a challenge. And not only do these not look like shit, they look pretty fucking good. I love this green corpse fire effect you've done along the edges here, and I don't remember the names of any of these. This is something that's a little weird for me for Lord of the Rings. Did the ring rates used to be named? I don't remember them being specifically named, like, ever. They were just ancient kings, weren't they? I know that in Shadow of War, they tried to give names to a few of them. One of them, they were like, oh, that's Helm Hammerhand, which doesn't actually make any sense, because Helm Hammerhand died, like, several hundred years after the ring rates first appeared. I don't know, it's not clear to me. Yeah, okay, Angmar. We know that one of them was the Witch King of Angmar. That much is absolutely certain. Are you sure, God of Myth? Are you absolutely sure that they were all named? Because I've read the Silmarillion, and now it has been a long time. I've read the appendices. I don't feel like they were. I need to look it up. Okay, yeah, no, that's true, Rodan. That's true. One was the Witch King, and we know that one was it Khamul the Easterling? I think that was a name that I remember. But I know, like, because that's what I'm saying, like, the recent game, that came out a couple years ago, Shadow of War, named one of them as Helm Hammerhand, but that can't be right. That can't be right, because again, Helm Hammerhand died several hundred years after the ring rates first appeared, as I understand it. I'm gonna have to check. Yeah, see, I'm with you, Data Nerd. Like, I want to say that they were named, but I don't remember it. I don't know, I'm gonna have to check. Gear Falcon, thank you so much for that gift sub going on over to the God of Myth, who no longer has to watch commercials And that's got to be worth something right there. Maybe in the appendices, but not Lord of the Rings, Silmarillion, or Lost Tales. I don't even think it's in the appendices. Yeah, 2 of them. Kamul the Easterling and the Witch King. I remember those 2, but I don't remember any of the other. Okay, this is a tangent. This is a wild and crazy tangent. I'm going to look it up after this. I'm going to check with the nerds on the internet. No offense to you fine gentlemen out there, you nerds on the internet. I'm going to check with some other nerds on the internet, and then we can argue about it in the Discord. How does that sound? See, I want to agree with you, Dave. I want to, but some part of me says that's wrong. And I gotta find out. It's been so long since I actually read any of those books. I could easily just be forgetting it. But I really... This what's weird is I remember them naming several of them, but I don't remember the names of any of the other ones. And I know that Helm Hammerhand has to be wrong. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't match up. Anyway... Fucking fantastic job on those, Rodan. You made some really difficult minis look really excellent. I love the green effect you've done. Love it. Rodan, did you catch my tag on my own Lord of the Rings gallery on Facebook? I tagged you in that. I wanted you to see the Witch King models that I modified. That was a while ago. I think I could do better now, but I was pretty happy with how they came out. The one that tried to grab Frodo when he was about to jump on the raft in the beginning was the Easterling. Okay, alright, I gotcha. Alright, moving on here, we have from Cyber Knight, finished painting up the 2 new variants, now live and on the shop. Oh, hang on, wait, hold up. Now live and on the shop, wink wink, right? That's what he's trying to get across to you there, in case it wasn't clear. And took some nicer pics, including a nice little group shot of some sprinters. I love the composite editing you've done here. I've always loved this gray and blue paint job. I love how you do the 2-tone gray with the dark and the light, both still nice and cool next to the blue, and then you go just for the orange for those warm parts, and they pop out so nicely. Look at these variants down here. Look at them. Look at all the options you have for spewing missiles and lasers and big old Gauss slugs, as it were. Very, very nice work. For those of you who do not know, Cyber Knight is from Metal Core Collectibles. You'll see him here in the chat as Metal Core Collectibles. If you play Battletech or any other 6mm sci-fi game, you should really check out his stock. He does some fantastic work and produces so many different variants of tanks. And they're all modular. You can get like one platform and a bunch of different weapons for it. And because he's a maniac, you can even magnetize it so you can swap between them. Really find it a point of personal amusement that his livery and mine are pretty much the polar opposite. Yeah, they are. They are. His doesn't have any... Well, no, his has some metallic in the treads. Yours has more of a general metallic to it. But yes, the livery is essentially the opposite. I like both of them, though. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, Catapult paint job complete.
And so I painted on some metallics.
Ooh.
Bitches love metallics.
I love the metallics. I look at this, and it just screams to me Constructicons. It took me a while to articulate what it was that I was getting from this. But it's Constructicons. That is this particular shade of purple and this particular shade of green next to each other. I want to see them all linked together into, you know, Devastator. So, okay, yeah. That's what I was thinking, Data Nerd. I remember that they had, like, titles. They were referred to by titles, but they weren't named as in their human name or what era they were kings in. So yeah, the Witch King of Angmar, Lord of the Nazgul, the Black Captain, Lord of Despair, Morgul, the Morgul Lord or the Lord of Morgul. Okay, yeah. And maybe it wasn't Kamul the Easterling, maybe it was just the Easterling. Amateur Paint Hour, you are keeping me hydrated. And of course the Joker. Can't forget the Joker. Yeah, I think that there was, I mean, if you get into the extended lore of Lord of the Rings and you're really looking into the ring rates, then you get to, you know, Sneezy and Sleepy and Slappy. You know, I was trying to think of the dwarf names from The Hobbit, but I can't remember them. I just remember that they rhymed. Oh, you said the same thing, Roland? I'm glad I'm not the only person who looks at this and just saw... You know what it is that those were the toys I had when I was a kid. When I was young, I kind of missed a lot of the Generation 1 Transformers toys. But the one thing that was out for Christmas when I was a kid were the Constructicons that you could sort of, you know, disconnect and put together into the Devastator, the big robot. And that's just, ever since that's what these colors scream to me. They're hot though, aren't they? Woof! Oh, that's what you were talking about, Vergatorung. You weren't saying one of them was named the Joker. You were saying these colors remind you of the Joker. That makes way more sense. I was just gonna go with it. But yeah, no, that makes way more sense. I love the toxic pools. Why is my mouse not responding? Respond, mouse. I love the toxic pools you've been doing on the bases, Chaotic Harmony. Really fantastic work here. Bold work. Particularly these hazard stripes. I almost didn't notice them until now. It's weird. The hazard stripes usually stand out so much, but it's like next to this green, they almost blend in a little bit. Something you might consider if you're taking any critique on this is putting a little dark border between the hazard stripes and the green, just because they are a very, very similar shade. But well done all around. Gothmog Gothmog was not a Ring Wraith though. Gothmog was a Balrog. Wasn't Gothmog a Balrog? I would swear that Gothmog was a Balrog. And I'm not just saying that because it rhymes. Very nice work, Chaotic Harmony, and thank you, as always, for sharing. But see, that's what I'm saying, Dave's Mini Art. Those aren't the names that I'm talking about, those are titles. Those I remember, but I'm saying, like, the name of the actual Ring Wraith as in which king it was. Not Witch King, like the Witch King, I mean Witch King, like which witch is which. You know what, let's move on, because this is gonna get into some who's on first bullshit here in just a minute. And as Roland points out, that's a fucking Constructicon. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that I'm not the only person. Looks like we're working on a Warhammer, eh? What are these are these Raining Fires here? These prints? So spindly. Nice detail on them, though. I can't remember if he did these or if these are another file. I'm loving that olive drab that you've been doing, man. You got some nice shadowing on this one. It looks like you did some dry brushing on it. I think it came out nice. It's that like Japanese officer yellow. Yeah, silliness aside, well done. I agree. Oh, these are a friend of yours' design. Okay. Maybe I just saw spindly bits and I was like, oh, Raining Fire probably did that. Well, they look nice. Here we have from Dave's Mini Art. All right, let's get into it. 8 wraiths are identified. Well, this is just numbers, though. I think, guys, okay, let's settle this once and for all, this Lord of the Rings tangent, okay? Let's settle this. Let's gather around. Let's take a deep breath, okay? Just let it out. Okay, now one more in. And now repeat after me. You ready? Thunderhead's always right. Okay, moving on. Here we have from Scud24. Looks like we're working on printing another King Crab. Hey, look at all them pieces. What are you printing on, Scud? Are you in the chat? Well, she's not here, is she, White Wolf? What about Steve? Steve the Ring Wraith. Yeah, there was Todd the Dwimmer Lake. I think that's what it was called. Oh, Jesus. I don't think Scud's here right now. I would like to know what it is he's printing on. I'm sure he's told me before. But, woo, we have really broken this King Crab down into all the constituent parts, haven't we? Oh. The rubber band. This just makes me feel bad for the poor King Crab. Look at that. Oh, he's gonna get boiled. That's awful. All the strength is to close the claws. He can't open them. Oh, this is inhumane. This is looking like a pretty decently sized King Crab, Puck Duncher. If I were estimating, I would say 8 to 9 inches, but I could be wrong. We don't have a banana for scale. And without a banana, I don't know how we're supposed to know. I'm just, guesstimating based on the scale of, like, these floor tiles here. Watching on mobile while ghost crabbing. How big is it? How big is it, Scud? And CR10S Pro. Okay. Alright. Very, very nice work. Snibbity snap. Good old King Corb. Concorb. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Ooh, Ion Raptor posted in the Storm Report. They may not be Battlemechs, but the 8th Mobile Suit team is probably the closest thing to Battletech combat in the fiction that we have in animation form. Oh, no. Ion Raptor. Ion Raptor, my friend. You need to watch Fang of the Sun Dugrum. I would argue that of all the mecha shows, Fang of the Sun Dugrum has the most in common with Battletech, not just in design, but in theme. Check it out. It's all on YouTube. Go type in Fang of the Sun Dugrum. Check it out, man. Now, that said, them some hot Zaku's right there. I love this line art rendering style that Ion Raptor uses. Thank you, Scud. I'll take a look. I love it. Now, it's my understanding he's been pulling these from at least one of the Gundam games and then fixing them up as STLs and doing the posing and everything, which is just doing a service to mankind. It really is. The Zaku is one of the best damn looking mobile suits in the history of Gundam. It's right up there with the Leo for me. And I know that most people put Zaku's over Leos, but what can I say? I grew up with Leos and I love Leos. You ever seen the Destiny reimagining of the Zaku? If I have, I don't know it, Justicar. If you wanted to find it and post it in really any of the channels, probably not Showcase, post it to the most appropriate channel and tag me, I'll definitely take a look. I don't know what exact size, but under a foot. That's why I was guessing like 8, maybe 9 inches. Look at them GMs. Look at them ground GMs. Look at all the different weapon options. These are really, really cool, Ion. Ion has done some of the best Battletech sculpts. I mean, admittedly, they're, mostly ripped from game files and then modified, but there's nothing wrong with that. I'll tell you what. Some of the coolest looking battle mechs I've printed have been from Ion Raptor. Gundam 78, best Gundam. Okay, I'll give you best Gundam. I'll give you best Gundam, Thunderdome Drew. I'm not going to give you best mobile suit, though. I'm not going to give you best mobile suit. You can't have that. Best mobile suit belongs. Chat, I think chat probably knows. Chat, what's the best mobile suit? I think you know. Thank you, Samir. Thank you very much. I knew I had smart people in here. Smart people of taste and class. And coat armor, apparently. All about that tall geese. All about that tall geese. Ion Raptor, thank you so much for sharing those fucking awesome renders with us. I can't wait for these to become STLs. Cannot wait for these to become STLs, man. Tall Geese 3, I'm not gonna argue with Tall Geese 3, but I feel like Tall Geese 1 is still cooler, Untitled Tall Geese. I love that image so much. The goose that looks like Tall Geese, that's wonderful. The short goose. No, Rio, why did you have to even put that in my head? Like, what? You knew just by saying it I was gonna think about it, and now I'm like a little angry, and I feel like maybe I'm a little racist. Not intentionally. Totally has to be Death Scythe with how heavily he drools over Machine God's collection. I'm not gonna deny, Death Scythe was my favorite Gundam. Up until I was about, 16, and I don't know exactly what it is that happened there. Maybe it was that I started reading books about the Roman Empire, but at that point I was like, oh no, Tall Geese is way cooler. Thank you so much for sharing, Ion Raptor. Here we have from Kevin Kitsune, extremely happy. My experiment worked. A little mad science, huh? First, primed it white. Then I used Citadel Shade Beltan Green. Oh, yeah, I know that stuff. Then airbrush Citadel Air Moot Green over... Moot is very vivid. Over that, and it turned out exactly the way I hoped it would. Isn't that always a good feeling? Like, there are so many experiments you do, particularly with painting. You're like, this should work, and it just doesn't. So the one time when you're like, holy shit, this looks exactly like I hoped it would. That's a fantastic feeling. Theoretically, getting better at painting means that happens more often, but I don't know how true that is. G Gundam. It is... I will agree with you on one thing, Justicar. G Gundam is fucking dumb. That much is true. Oh, lords. Samir, I just... damn. Let's take a look at this. Oh, that did come out nice. That's real vivid. This is an interesting Hydra. Who is this from? Is this a Reaper figure? Yeah, you get a nice kind of variation across the scales. Real vivid green. And yeah, that Beal tan followed by the moot kind of takes it from that deeper green up to an almost yellow. I'm not saying they named it well, Kursala. I'm just saying it's like, woo. I have not, Samir. Is this Reaper? I feel like this is Reaper based on the base and the way that it fits together. Whiz Kids. Okay. So a little bit nicer probably in the molding process. I like the way they've divided up its heads and separated it from the body. That's smart. I also think this is a clever use of a cut in half plastic bottle you've got here. Nicely done. Yeah, really nice green. I assume that, I mean, you've got some more work to do on this, I'm thinking. Doing some coloration on the tongues and the eyes and the heads. I would love to see this finished, Kevin Kitsune, if and when you get around to that, man. Okay, see, now I know the Vilkis, I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, if only because I've seen pictures of it online. I had not watched what it's from. Mecha with fucking dragons. Now I feel much more inclined to watch the source material than I ever did just seeing it. With some fucking dragon. Maybe that explains a lot, Samir, about your setting. You're like, oh yeah, let's have a planet. And you know, there's like a company and they make battle mechs and they make ships and then there's some fucking dragons. Explains so much. It's all coming together. Here we have from Steiner Minis. Thank you so much for sharing, Kevin Kitsune. I would really love to see that finished. Steiner. You have been kicking some ass lately, man. When it comes to these Age of Sigmar Khorne Chaos figures. You got your red gradients down pat, nice smooth transitions. He's been rescuing a lot of models lately that had previous paint jobs done on him, so he's been, I think, feeling real, footloose and fancy free. When I have not watched How to Train Your Dragon yet. No, I haven't. You know what I watched again last night was Snowpiercer, the movie, the one by Bong Joon-ho. And it was just because I was pissed off at the ending of the Snowpiercer Season 1 show. I was like, that fucking movie was better, and I went back and I watched it again, and I actually liked it more than the first time I watched it. I was supposed to watch How to Train Your Dragon. I know, everybody keeps saying this. Everybody keeps telling me this. I'll watch the movie, okay. You damn people trying to recommend entertaining things to me that you think are going to enrich my life. How cruel that is. Fair enough. But seriously, these mods that he's been doing lately, like I said, he's felt very footloose and fancy free when it comes to playing with the figures, because they were kind of, he already had them, and they're being rescued. So yeah, why not have Homeboy getting an axe chopped right into his damn shoulder? Now, I'd imagine this is a work in progress from Steiner, given the highlighting I've seen him do on these green axes. So there is more to come on this mini, and if I know him, there's going to be some OSL glowing across this guy's armor too, which is going to be damned intense. Really nice work. I saw him getting started on this one, though I hadn't seen the whip come together. You see what I mean? This is the level of green that those weapons are going to be coming around to. He has really been pushing the envelope for this vivid yellow-green OSL and these lava effects and the red blends lately. This is what can happen when a painter focuses for a while on one, two techniques. Like, really just, I'm going to do this one thing and I'm going to do it a bunch of times until it's just like bam, bam, bam. And every single model that he has done recently has been better and better. Project Dark Fox, if you're here, could we get a shout out for Steiner Miniatures? I know he's not in the chat right now, but if you fine folk in this chat are not following Steiner Miniatures, I strongly recommend you check his channel out. And he's on really late at night, so if you're a bit of a night owl and you find yourself up at like 3 a.m. looking to watch some painting, he's always a great choice. I strongly recommend you add him to your follow list. Fantastic work, Steiner. Thank you so much for sharing. Here we have from Tiberius79, I think a new poster. Tiberius, have you posted before? Am I just forgetting it? If you are, I apologize. Let's have a look here. First, Mini, the Tiberius posted last time. Yeah, that sounds right. It's always a challenge for me connecting one name on Discord to another name on Twitch. Hey, Busy Builder, how you doing? Howdy, howdy. First Mini painted. For a first Mini? Like, you guys make me feel so self-conscious. Because I'm like, my first Mini looks so bad. Even just the brush control on display on this Mini. Heard you were talking shit. Oh, I just spent the last 5 minutes ripping into your paint job, Steiner. I was telling people to never check out your channel and how awful of a painter you are and how you never practice anything. That's exactly what I was saying. Come on, that's fucking ridiculous. Since this was a first Mini photo, I let it go since... Yeah, thank you, Dark Fox. I appreciate that. I trust your discretion. And this is a good use of a third post. But really, even just the brush control on display here on this Mini makes my first Mini look like ass. I will say one thing, though. The dust on the shoulders makes me believe it's the first Mini, because mine is pretty much all dust at this point. And 2 years later... Ooh, that's a nice-looking Hawkeye. That's a nice-looking Hawkeye. I think it looks like maybe it's a little bit timid as far as highlighting goes. Like it's a little bit afraid of contrast, but the blends are nice, the color choices are good, the tone of that purple works wonderfully for Hawkeye. The basing is nice. Oh, that's Lunchbox. Oh, okay. Hey, Lunchbox. Yeah, that makes sense. What with the 79 at the end of the name and all. Now, I hope you don't take that poorly. I'm not trying to say you're timid. I'm just trying to say the highlighting comes across to me a little bit timid. Like, you've got the right idea. I'm looking and I'm seeing highlights. Here, at the bottom here of the what is that? That's a quiver. Little bits on the edge of the glove here. Again, here on the calf. Outside edge of the toe. The thigh here. Now, your instinct here is fantastic. You went real dark with your shadows, and then you started to bring it up. I would call what you brought it up to almost a mid-tone, though. I feel like you want to go higher. Now, you didn't post looking for criticism, so I'm sorry. I don't mean to just criticize. It's just that when I look at this model, I see potential. You know? I see, like, a lot of the right choices were made when you started painting it. And if you just pushed it a little bit more, you're right on the edge. You're right on the edge of it really popping. You know? It looks nice, though. Ooh. Oh, this is interesting to me. Now, see, you definitely... Yeah, see, you have the right instincts here. Your highlights here are a lot brighter. I think maybe you just felt more comfortable with it because it was more organic and more textured, but you could get away with this on Hawkeye, too. You're right, Samara. It's not technically criticism, it's critique, but it wasn't strictly asked for, and I try not to critique if people aren't strictly asking for it. Speaking of which, we are going to be adding tags to all future Storm reports. I should have posted about this before the stream, but I will ask that now when you posted the Storm report, and I'll post this up on the rules a little bit later, so if it's not perfect next time, that's okay. But do go ahead and post a tag if it's I think we agreed on, like, showcase if you just want to show off what you did, work in progress if it's like you know you got more work to do and you just want to show it off, and then critique if you are looking for it is Samare, but I know that personally when I'm posting pictures, even if critique would be helpful, I'm not always looking for it. And I don't want the Storm report to be just you post your pictures and I will critique them. That's definitely part of it. That's definitely part of it. So if you're asking for critique, I am happy to give it to you. The one thing I don't want to do is have you be like, look, I know this isn't perfect. It's not quite done yet. I know I've got more work to do. I know the direction I'm going with it. I just want to share it, and you post it, and the first thing I do is go, why didn't you highlight it more? Like, nobody wants that. That's not cool. I wouldn't like that, you know? So yeah, we're just going to use tags from now on so that people can ask for it. Or not, as they see fit. I estimate we're probably going to see a lot of critique tags for that matter. But yeah, looking at this, like I said, clearly you have the right instincts as far as highlighting goes. You've picked out the right places to highlight. This is something that a lot of painters struggle with. It's something that I struggle with, is where the fuck do I put my highlights? Where are they even supposed to go? And I think that stops a lot of people from doing it. I would emphasize, though, that you shouldn't worry as much about where does the light really... There are a lot of cheats. You can do stuff like shine light on a model, take pictures of it, and then use that as a reference, like, okay, this is where the light's going to hit it if my light source is coming from that direction. But if you don't want to do that, I would just note that if you achieve a gradient on any given piece of a model that you want to pop out at all, just so that it goes from dark to light and then has a super high highlight someplace. If you do that at all, regardless of where the light would realistically fall, it's going to look better than if you didn't do it. You can highlight something in such a way that you look at it and you go, oh, the light wouldn't really go that way, but that's such a minor critique. That's such a minor little thing to pick out. I would not worry about it, and I would not let that stop you from doing your highlighting. This looks fantastic, by the way, and yeah, go brighter, man. I'm telling you, go brighter. I think that some brighter colors, particularly consider this, Lunchbox, you're painting comic book characters, man. And one of the best places to look for inspiration on comic book characters is in the comics. They have their own aesthetic. And if you lean into that for these characters, I think it's really going to pay off. Yeah, amateur paint hour, that's a perfectly good idea. Take a model, decide where you want the light source to come from. I almost universally put my light source to the right side of the model and behind it coming down. That's how I think. And yeah, refer to that picture for where your highlights should land. And that's if you want to get those highlights precise like that. That's a great learning technique. But as I said, if you don't want to do that, just make sure that you're putting a gradient across each part from dark to light with a highlight, and it's gonna look better. That's just like, even if it's not precise, like if you learn those techniques and practice them, then later on you can adjust it. Unless you're painting them from the movies. Yeah, that's a good point, Justicar. Yeah, and that's the thing too. You know, you have to decide on your own aesthetic. I personally lean towards the comic books because I'm painting comic book characters and I think that it works really well for them. But if you're painting them to look like the movies, I mean, you're going to want to look to those. Now, to be fair, the movies use pretty bright colors these days too. Pretty bright, not all the time. Unless you're painting like Captain America in his stealth suit or something like that. Really, really nice work though. And love seeing the first mini. Lunchbox, thank you so much for sharing, man. Absolutely, Lunchbox. I hope that it was helpful. Here we have from God of Myth. I did the Cretan Wolverine as a Father's Day present for my dad. And the Stalker 2 is part of your Steiner Lance. Oh, that's a thoughtful gift, isn't it? And honestly, this is a good example of this painting technique that I'm seeing here doesn't use highlights in the way that I apply them. This uses panel lining as a way to differentiate the blocks of color. And it's always something you have to bear in mind. One painting technique is not going to work for every single thing that you paint. When you're painting, you know, an organic 28mm figure, it's going to paint differently than if you're painting a mechanical 6mm figure. And I think that people who paint like tanks and planes and stuff like that probably already know this, but it can work really, really well to use super dark shadows between panel lines on mechanical pieces like this, and then block out your color very broadly. And it's all just different techniques, you know? There are as many ways to paint models as there are people painting models today. And for those of you out there who might just be learning, for those of you out there who might just be Momo, thank you so much for being here, man. You have a fantastic night. And thank you so much for the sub earlier, man. That means a lot. If you're just learning painting, though, shit, what was I saying? I distracted myself. Painting technique. Okay, yes, now I remember. So if you're just learning painting, if you're one of the people out there who's just trying to get better and maybe doesn't have the most confidence, I want you to know that you don't have to do what everyone else is doing. The path to being a good painter is not necessarily just imitating everyone else's techniques. Those good painters out there, the ones that you admire, it's not that they're not good, it's not that you shouldn't imitate them, because that can be a great way to learn. But I want you to know that they're not doing it the right way, and you're not doing it the wrong way. That's just not the case. You look to their style, imitate the parts of what they're doing that you like, try out a lot of different techniques, Some are going to feel right. Some are going to feel natural. Some are going to feel weird. Some you're going to be like, I didn't really enjoy doing that. Take the parts that worked for you and put those in your toolbox and make your own style out of it. And always try new things. Always try new things. I mean, not necessarily always. If you're comfortable in painting style and you're not looking to grow, there's nothing wrong with just sitting there and painting models that way for a while. Don't feel pressured. Really don't. Hey, Ghost for the win. How you doing? Really nice job on this, though. I love the lensing. Nice and bright. Good panel lining. Very, very nice, God of Myth. I've always loved this Steiner scheme. What stalker is this? Which model is this one? This looks... Huh. It doesn't look like the old one. Oh, okay, this is the IWM Stalker 2. Okay, thank you very much for that. Because I was like, this model, you know, my problem with it is that the old model looks derpy as shit, and this one actually looks good. That's why it was confusing me. Woo! Enjoying the banter about hexless and non-hex-based maps on the classic Battletech. Oh yeah, I remember that. On the classic Battletech. I always feel the need to stop into those. Just because new things is what I always do, and it works out for Chaotic. Holy shit, you come up with some really, really cool techniques, man. I always jump into those threads because there's always people talking about, like, well, you know, I would use hex maps, but I like to use terrain. I would use hex maps, but I like my battlefield to look better. And I try to fight that notion. Just because you're using hexes doesn't mean your terrain has to look like shit, man. It doesn't. And maybe you think, and I always think to myself whenever I post that, like, I'm going to post this and somebody's going to be like, yeah, but your terrain looks like shit. But, you know, I just post it anyway. Because I think it looks pretty good. You know? Well, now we have hex terrain. Yeah, man. I'm bringing it to the people. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm glad you like it, Ghost. Thank you so much. I love playing on it. I love playing on the... That's something that I know I've said before. I'm just going to go ahead and say it again. Anytime that you look at anything from Thunderhead Studio that I'm selling through Steel Warrior, I'm not... I started selling the stuff last year, and at no point did I... And that's fine, Puck Duncher. That's perfectly fine. If you just don't like hexes and you want to play hexless, like, that's a fine reason. But if you're telling me that you don't want to play hexes because terrain looks like shit, I want to be like, well, let me introduce you to something a little bit different than that. Everything that I make, everything that I sell, I want you to know, I did not sit down one day and say, I want to sell Battletech terrain. I didn't sit down and go, what can I come up with that's going to make me money? That was literally not the driving force at all. The driving force was I had an 8x4 table that I wanted to fill with Battletech terrain so that I could get in regular games with my wife in my game room. And I love crazy-ass terrain. And I started looking around at terrain, and just none of it did what I wanted it to do. So I started learning how to make it. And I was then approached by Steel Warrior, who said, hey man, people like the stuff you've been posting on Thingiverse. Would it be cool if I sold some of this? And I said, well, yeah, I'm about to finish off another thing that I'm doing. Maybe you'd be interested in those too. And that has spawned everything that has happened over the course of the last year, leading up to the Borealis dropship that just came out. But everything that I make because I want it. That is the sole driving force behind anything that I release. It's I want the thing. I was gonna make it regardless. And if you want it too, hey man, that's fine by me. We can make that happen. No, it's true, Ghost. It's true. Love how hexless turn to them slope sides makes you wonder what height it is. There's specific height levels. This is the other thing too. I'm a little bit obsessive about game mechanic. Well, here's the thing, and I'll stop this rant here in just a second. It's just you got me thinking about it. I have been a judge and a not just, you know, a judge and like a rules reference person for a lot of war games, the war game tournaments. I have been a judge more often than I've been a player, which is maybe something I should examine as a personal fault. But I fucking hate answering questions in games where it's like, well, the rules say this, but the terrain has this stupid little thing coming off of it, and maybe that changes the rules. Or, wait, can I see him through this? Because the terrain is, you know, it doesn't quite mesh with the guy. Like, I hate that shit. I hate it. I don't like it. I like it when game designers, terrain designers, make terrain knowing what they're making it for and not putting in features that are confusing. Like, for example, the level issue. I'm like, I want to look at it and go, oh, well, that's level 2, and there'd be no room for argument. I feel like there's room for argument. You might as well be playing Hexless. And that's the whole thing that Hex brings to the table. No pun intended. So, I try to do that, you know? Anyway, I'll stop. Thank you so much, though, Ghost. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you like the stuff, man. There's a bunch of it free. I don't know if you have a 3D printer, but if you go to Steel Warrior Studios, you can download a whole free terrain pack full of Hextech stuff to go ahead and get started printing stuff out. I didn't want to try this and make money, he said, tapping his ears with a hundo. Yeah, you know, it's nice. It's nice chaotic. I'm not going to lie. I enjoy it, you know? More than anything, I just love being here in this chat with you guys, getting to look at the work that you've done. You know? This makes my whole fucking week. It really does. Yeah, it just makes it easier. It just makes it so much easier. You got a friend with a resin printer? Well, there you go. You can go ahead and get started. Especially with some of the mechs being out of scale. Oh, God, yeah, that has always driven me fucking crazy. MCP is good that way about the size of minion terrain. Yeah. Oh, damn, the designer for that game. He has a lot of similar likes to what I have. And I can't think of his name right now. I was just talking to him the other day. Why can't I think of his... Well, it doesn't matter. The point is, yeah, they split off, they formed Atomic Mass Games, and they have a very similar mind towards, I want this to look cool, but I also want it to work, and I don't want to argue with anybody about it. Yeah, Will. Fantastic work. Fantastic work. Were the walls for RCC and forward base updated somewhere? I thought I saw they were. Already got some printer. Yes. Those are the free files. The walls Mark III. If you download the free files from Steel Warrior Studios, you will get the Mark III walls. I would print out the foundations for the forward base with... I gotta take it off of Cults 3D. I still get a couple of purchases on Cults 3D. I checked it the other day, and I was like, oh, I've made like 2 sales on Cults every month for the last few months, and I have like $80 I can transfer. That's cool. Yeah, the Mark III walls are up for free. They're on Steel Warrior. They're on Thingiverse. I think they're probably also up on Cults. They pull everything I put over to there. But yeah, print out just the foundations without the walls, and then print out the interlockable walls and just put them on top, and you'll have a better time, I think, J-Dub. I got crazy distracted. I'm sorry about that, God of Myth. This is a nice looking paint job you got though here. I've always loved this particular Davion paint job. I will say that I differ from your interpretation in that I tend to put blue on the inside of the right leg and make the stripe kind of go down the middle of the leg, but that's just because I'm apparently a glutton for punishment. Really nice work though. I love the decal work there on the side with the Steiner fist, and the little subtle hazard striping in there actually pops pretty well against the blue. No, not Davion, Steiner. Did I say Davion? Shit. I've been drinking too much. Steiner, for God's sake, it has a fist on it. How could it possibly be fucking... Oh, God. There goes all my street cred. Like that. Boom. All credibility gone. No one's even going to show up to my stream next time. They're going to be like, that asshole. He called a Steiner mech a Davion mech. See, Samara, yeah, see, it was an accident. It totally was. Not sus at all. No. Oh, I'd be happy to do that, God. I've got a pretty decent process for that. Have you seen my Steiner mechs? If you go onto my Instagram and go back a little bit, you will see a whole company of Steiner mechs in that exact scheme. Tell me if you like that. We're gonna have to do some more Among Us here pretty soon to prove who the fuck is really sus, Drew. Shit. And Steiner, we're always gonna kill you first. We're either gonna kill you first or chuck you out the airlock. That's just the fate that those are the cards you were dealt, man. Alright, let's move on. Here we have from Cyber Knight. Been busy. Printers are fully back into the swing of things, filling in the holes on the wall. Jesus, let's not do that joke. A couple new releases along the way helps too. Look at all that. Look at that stock. You're so organized it makes me sick. Oh, God, Cyber Knight. How about there's magnets up there, too? Ugh. can't post if you already did, or can I? I don't even know what you're talking about. First time I've ever painted a mini, and it's been years for her. Mine on right, hers on left. Oh, I see what you got going on here. Okay. Overdid the dry brushing, especially on the shield. Did too much highlighting in the back of the cloth. Otherwise, it turned out great. I love how the highlights and wash turned out on the robe. Did a great job on the shield and shoulder emblems. All right, so yours is on the right, hers is on the left. You went for a brighter gold, certainly. This guy. Is that a totally not Borealis on the Deus print machine? Those are doors for the totally not Aurora mech bays. Yeah, I've got a second one going right now, and maybe maybe a third, maybe for somebody. It's entirely possible. These are the student ones you posted, but deleted because they. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Oh, all right. So it was Sataka who showed up to the class today. Very, very nice. How did everything go? Gold was the same. This one, maybe it's just the light is closer to this one. It's making this one shine a little bit brighter. Graybeard Ray, thank you so much for being here, man. I hope you had a good time, and I hope to see you again. You have a fantastic night, my friend, and thank you so much for the kind words. All right. So what, I'm curious what all you went over, Chaotic Harmony, because I'm seeing some solid basic techniques here. Ooh, there we got a follow from Cherry Darlin KS. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Stormchasers. Headed out. Enjoy the stream as always. Thanks for the feedback. Lunchbox, you have a fantastic night, man. But man, you ran long. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with going a little long when it comes to painting, baby. I don't know what that means, but I said it. Yeah, Lunchbox, thank you so much for being here, man. I hope that you post again. I always love seeing your work. I mean, these look like effective paint jobs right here. We went over some washing and dry brushing, I'm guessing. Well, where were the self-complaints here? Overdid the dry brushing, especially on the shield. Let's take a look at it. Did you? Did you really? I don't know that you did. It's a little tough to tell. The picture's just a teeny little bit blurry in this second one, so it's a little hard to tell if you did overdo the dry brushing. It looks fine to me, though. Let's see. I love how the highlight and wash turned out on the robe, and she did a great job on the shield and shoulder emblems. Yeah, this did come out nice, as far as making it look like kind of a dirty linen. Very nicely done. Yeah, exactly. Clean, well thought out. I don't bet they look like a good unit on the table. Borealis, at this time of day, at this time of year, in this part of the country, localized entirely in your kitchen. Wait. What the fuck is that from? Shit. That is ringing a bell, but it's not attached to anything. In my brain. The Simpsons. Really? What happened? Why have I forgotten everything else about that? This is just one of those nights, guys. This is just one of those damn nights where my brain ain't working. Fantastic work. Really, really nice job on both of these from the both of you, and I hope that you keep going. I don't know if you're going to be painting any more AOS. I might, hang on, can I feel the left side of my... Yeah, it's there. I don't think I'm having a stroke. I'm okay. Post again in about 2 weeks. Got an RPG con next week with some friends. That should be fun, Lunchbox. You have a blast. What happened here? What did I say? And I realize there's an irony to me being like, I enjoy high-class, quality cinema, and your silly supernatural shows are far too lowbrow for a cultured man like me. By the way, have you seen Scooby-Doo this week? I get it, you know? How do you watch this asshole? I mean, he's got a point, you know? He is a pretentious dick. Oh my god. I've got so many bizarre clips, and like none of them have anything to do with painting. For the love of God. Well, thank you for that, Puck Duncher. I appreciate it. Here we have coming down from Kursala. And Sataka, thank you so much for sharing. I hope that you had a great time learning from Chaotic Harmony. Dude's a great dude. And a good painter. always pushing to learn more and getting better every single day. I hope to see some more from you. Here we have from Kursala, got the table saw set up and running again now that my thumb is mostly fine, so I cut as many of the boards as I could, and now I need to solve the puzzle, or play the world's biggest game of Jenga. Really though, have you considered labeling things as you cut them? You absolute madman? Great dude is debatable. Oh, that's not nice. Hetzer21. I'm glad to hear that you're excited about that Borealis, man. You have a fantastic night, and I hope to see you again. Hope you decide to stop in some more, man. It's a pleasure to have you. Do this for the better part of a year with the kinds of bullshitting you do with the chat. Of course, you're gonna have some goofy up. Yeah, like some of them are really bad, though. Oh, Hetzer, again, thank you for being here, man. You have a great night. Well, just label it, for God's sake, though. I mean, what are you doing to yourself, Kursala? Why do you make this job last so much longer than it has to, you psychopath? I'm interested to see what this is gonna wind up being, though. I'm a bad carpenter. I really am. I need to do more woodwork because there's just so many projects around here that need wood components. But man, I don't know why it makes me as nervous as it does. Like when it comes to working with sheet steel, I'm like, yeah, sure, no problem. Bing, bang, boom, pop a rivet in it. When it comes to woodwork, I'm like, wait, hold on, do I drill a pilot hole or don't I? The answer is almost always yes, but for some reason I have to ask. Middle layer's labeled, but I've just cut those to size, so I have to figure out where they can fit. Well, that'll be a fun time, Kursala. Coming down, we have from Bushwhacked. No painting this weekend, but this was the weekend project. Little organization for you. Yeah, that's the ticket. What am I seeing in there? We got some ramen bowls. Oh, that makes me hungry. Guys, did you know that that Tapatio makes ramen bowls? Did you know this? Have I said this? I might have told you before. But Tapatio makes ramen bowls, and they're fucking awesome. Like, really good. Haven't painted in a couple weeks because of your accident. I could post what's left of your SUV. Oh, that sucks, Dave. That really, really sucks. I don't want to, like, encourage you to share pictures of a wrecked car if it's like a sore spot. But if you felt like sharing it and you're willing for people to have a little bit of a lighthearted, good-natured chuckle over it, you could, man. I got no problem with that. The Storm Report's really just for, like, it's all about creativity, but we allow the occasional little slice of life in there. You know what I mean? Yeah, hoping for a full recovery, man. I hope it's quick. Actually mapped it out already. Need to cut a few more pieces. I'm gonna have, you know what I'm gonna do, Kursala? I'm gonna drag you out here to the Thunderhead property, and I'm gonna make you build me some desks. That's what's gonna happen. That is, Dave, the silver linings, man. Silver linings, as long as everybody got out, I really want to eat some ramen right now. Like, there's so many instant foods here, and I want to eat them. I want to eat them. Oh, there's more. Oh. At least there aren't, like, stacks of ramen on this one, because that's really what I'm... Ooh, there's some beans. Make some burritos, yeah. Put some ketchup in there, Maybe we got some mac and cheese somewhere in here, probably. Ooh, we got some chips. I'm way too hungry. I'm talking about mixing, like, refried beans with fucking ketchup over here. You want to pay for it and have the right tools? I got half of that covered. And that's probably good enough, right? You have from Rogue 19K. No painting this weekend. Have a Federal Corvette instead. The Federal Corvette wasn't out the last time I played. I need to get back into it. I had a bunch of money. I don't even know, relatively speaking, how much several million credits would be at this point. I could probably afford, like, to lose an Anaconda once or twice. There's also so many new ships that I haven't played around with, like, at all. I've been getting back into using my HOTAS, though, so I feel like if I want to really stretch my legs with the flight model, which I confess I do, the flight model on Elite Dangerous is easily the best thing about the game. It's everything else that always makes me, yeah, but, if it's just flying, I'm totally into it. Nice looking ship there, Rogue. Here from White Wolf, we are foxes, we are fluffy. Give us your cookies, or something, just give us cookies, we're asking nicely. I don't have any cookies. I'm sorry. The Kitsune's Shadow also... Oh, it says Fluffy on it, too. I had never seen the Fluffy on this... this is a Diamondback Explorer, right? Squadrons dusted off my HOTAS. I'm the same way, LJ Dub. I hadn't touched the HOTAS in years, and now it's got a space on my desk for when I'm not using it. That's something. And we got a number of people in the Discord right now talking about getting back into Elite Dangerous, and we got a channel set up for Space Pew Pew games. I mean, jump on in. I'm not going to promise anything right now because I haven't fired it up in so long, but maybe we could fire up like a little Thunderhead squad and roll around making trouble for people. That could be good. That's a Crate Phantom. See, I don't know. It's been too damn long. I remember what the Eagle looks like. Is that something? Yeah? Never played it yet. Oh, Coral, it's a great game. If you got a stick, I would always recommend a stick for playing Elite Dangerous. Even if it's just like the basic little $20 stick, you know? That's a huge improvement over playing on like a controller or a mouse and keyboard. Need to repair my joystick. USB connector got crimped and oh, that sucks. Got it, just haven't played it. Oh, okay. Well, shit. Posted a short video. Don't watch if you're squeamish. I'll take a look a little bit later. Here we have from Pondburn. Oh yeah, you mentioned that it's a crate here. What did I do? Well, hey, that's something, Pondburn. That's something. Maybe I can use that phrase about 30 more times in the next 5 minutes. Hey, that's something, man. Yeah, hey, that's something. Christ. I got stuck in a feedback loop. I'm glad that this is saved for posterity. Oh, God. Mismeld Sidewinder 3D Pro. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah. It brought back some good memories. That had the little, Hold on. Was the Sidewinder 3D Pro, was that the one that had the little button you could push to pop up? It had a little cover on the missile switch, but you could push a little button and it would spring load up? Or am I thinking of another one? It had like a real smooth top to it, almost looked like the hood of a Cobra. I can't remember what model number it was, or what model it was. That's the one that I played MechWarrior 4 on, just constantly. I don't know why the hell I've been playing MechWarrior games with sticks, but, you know, I did. I did quite a lot. I also played A-10 Tank Killer on that thing. Entire HOTAS mapping was wiped out. Yeah, I'm going to play this weekend. Yeah, that's the thing that always keeps stopping me. I'm like, I want to get in and play some Elite Dangerous when I can devote an hour or so to remapping all of my buttons. I saw you get started on this one, Thunderdome. It looks like we've come a decent way. Very, very nice. Okay, yeah, no, I'm thinking of a different one, Samir, because I didn't have there was a hat, but it was like gray and it was off to the side. It was difficult to use, and as a result, I didn't actually learn how fantastic hat switches were for joysticks until many years later when I got one that didn't suck. And that would also explain why I was also like, I wasn't terrible at torso twisting because the joystick I had a twist to it, but looking around, free look was more difficult for me. And of course the trigger. Yeah, I would hope that it had a trigger. Oh, what? DJ Mao 15. DJ Mao 15? DJ Maois? Mao? I don't know if I'm supposed to pronounce those or not. Hey, DJ Mao, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Stormchasers. We're just digging through the Storm Report right now. These are some nice purples. I'm curious where you're going to take this base Thunderdome, Drew, because you've chosen some really contrasting colors in here. You get green, blue, and purple right next to each other. Overall purple next to this green right under the hoof. That's like, whoa, contrast. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. I'm curious where it's going to wind up. Oh, those wings look nice. Damn, those wings look nice. Yeah, I see that, Kursala. Yeah, her horns look a lot like Tim Curry from Legend, right? That particular sort of forward sweep to it and kind of the severe jaw underneath it. I like that a lot. Really, really nice work, Thunderdome Drew. These details on here. I didn't watch you paint these wings. I think I watched you just getting started, but all this detailing wasn't done yet. Picking out the veins on here and everything. This is nice. Real, real nice. I love how we transition from this kind of ruddy color here to the more fleshy tones in the middle and then down to a deep shadow on the bottom. That's very effective. No problem, I've seen you work on the 5280 Legion page, giving you a run for your money on the purple clones. Hey, I haven't done any Legion for a little while, DJ Mal, but we are actually about to get started on some more here in the near future. I have all 3 Vaders I need to paint. All 3 Vaders. I have the original one from the starter box, I have the Operative Vader, and I just got my hands on one of the Celebration exclusive Vaders. So we're going to have a series of streams coming up here pretty soon, where I start with the basic Vader and sort of refine my process until I get up to the Celebration Vader and, you know, just commit to painting that thing. Oh, thank you so much for the compliment, though. Thunderdome Drew, thank you so much, as always, for sharing with us here on the Storm Report. You are a fantastic painter, man. You were, honestly, and I'm not bullshitting. You're one of the guys that I look to as far as painting streamers for, like, I hope my stream does that well, and I hope that I can hit that level of painting. And that's not like a, oh, I'm looking for you to compliment me back sort of thing. No, that's not the case. I'm just telling you that truthfully. Thunderdome Drew is a fantastic painter, fantastic streamer. If you haven't checked out his stream yet, you really, really should. Moving on, here we have from Kursala, got some paint onto the wonderfully lovely Warhammer 2. We're going to go with the same 60% gray with green oxide accents that I used for the Falcons. Hell yeah, man. Make yourself a paint scheme. This guy, he looks better every time I see him. Those panel lines came out a lot more crisp. Again, I know I said this last time, but they came out more crisp than I was expecting. They work really well. And who sculpted those arms? They look good too. I wish I knew who that guy was. Paint every day, brother. Yeah, that is the ticket. It's almost like practicing is the key to getting good at things like art. It's crazy, right? This is such a nice looking sculpt. Such a nice looking sculpt, such a cool combination of pieces from various Warhammers along with a couple of nice touches. I love the replacement of the shoulder boxes. You're doing the details in the next few days. Kursala, I hope you're going to share it with us, man. I want to see them. Yeah, the details survived the paint. This was maybe my last concern, was that some of these finer details wouldn't survive the paint going down, but no, there they are. And they look good, too. Damn nice work, Kursala. Looking real hot. Here we have from Vergaderung. Gonna try and paint these 5 light-up buildings tonight. Ooh, I get this little thrill. And I know that you guys... Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. No, yeah, video, anything posted to the Storm Report, it cuts off when we started. But if you wanted to post it in... what channel would be good for that? I don't know, we don't have, like, a car wreck channel. But, you know, post it in the Discord. I'd be happy to take a look. It's this thrill, and I know that a number of you can empathize, identify with this at this point. When you do a sculpt, and you put that sculpt out into the wild, and then someone prints it and shows it and goes, hey, isn't this a cool thing? There's just this sort of indescribable little swell of validation. And yeah, probably just general chat. That makes the most sense. That'd be good, Dave. Speaking of Legion, I'll throw my alternate Luke up in the Discord, printed on the Photon, just finished putting an LED in the lightsaber. LJ Dub, please do. Please do. I've got a printed Luke and Leia in the Endor scheme I've been meaning to get to, and I need to ask some people's support on that one, because I'm not good at camo, and they wear camo capes. I'm starting to lose my voice. How long have we been going? Oh shit, this is almost an hour-long Storm Report. I gotta beat this one. But, yeah, just this swell of validation I feel anytime I see somebody printing and enjoying my stuff, and the fact that Vergaderung has been printing these all out in clear PLA, masking the windows and then lighting them up from beneath. Guys, if you haven't seen Vergaderung's Trinity City, get your ass over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, jump into Vergaderung's channel and check out his city. White Wolf, thank you so much for the reminder. Oh, lordy lord. But seriously, go take a look at his channel. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, it's really, really nice. And I can't wait to see these sort of join in the roster. It's he's just gonna have a dance club in his game room by the end of this. You put out the battle mechs, you know, you invite people in, you crack open a couple of beers, you flick a switch, the lights go down, the buildings all illuminate, and there's just this low level and, you know, the night is just getting started. Yeah, you're a madman for Vergaderung. You got me thinking, though, about doing my windows in a way that's easier to mask, I'll tell you that much. Here we have from Justicar06, haven't quite gotten to doing highlighting yet, but damn is the brushwork ever clean. Damn is the brushwork ever clean. I love what you've done here with the gold on the front of the skull. And it looks like you've applied a little wash. It has taken very well. You can see the details nicely. Ooh. I admit, these new Primaris sculpts are pretty sexy. They really are. Nice work on this one, Justicar. Very, very nice. Not gotten to doing highlighting yet. I'd love to see this one again for comparison's sake when you get to that. That'd be fantastic. Thank you so much, Justicar06. Ever feel like you're being watched? Thunderhead exclusive previews of Operation Lancaster, the Clairvoyance Type 5 and Precognition Type 7 tactical satellites. Eyes in the skies that you definitely don't want watching you if you've pissed off the wrong people, or pissed on the wrong people for that matter. God, Operation Lancaster is so thorough. It's so thorough. Love the Reavers, which is what that guy is, but they suck on the table. It was my understanding that Reavers were okay in Kill Team. Now, I haven't used them in Kill Team, but it was my understanding that people have made them work decently, at least in that variant of the game. I'm sorry to hear that they suck on the tape. That's always the problem with 40k, though, isn't it? I'll tell you what, though, Justicar06, keep painting them. Keep painting them. Because all you're waiting for is an edition change or a major release of a new faction culminating in an errata, and then suddenly they'll be amazing and the whole meta will be built around them. Because that's 40k, baby. Things sound very wobbly. Never played Kill Team? You should. I mean, if you've got 40k models, you have the models for Kill Team. It's actually a lot of fun. They got worse in the do it. Oh, Jesus, did they really? That sucks. Ugh, it's so frustrating. I feel very uncomfortable. I feel like this thing is peering at me. Oh, Matt Plug. Oh, Plug. You with your damn art. I can't. There's something about something that Matt Plog is working on right now that just makes me want to explode out of my skin with excitement, but I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it because I feel certain it's eventually gonna show up on the Storm Report, and then I can just sort of explode right on the stream. And that'll be a glorious end to us. Have any streamers previously ended their streaming career by actually exploding? Has that been a thing yet? Maybe we could blaze that trail. That could be fun. Fan-fucking-tastic art, and that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report. Hoo-wee! Not quite an hour, so don't even think about checking that off your stupid little bingo card, Puck Duncher. Don't even think about it. It wasn't an hour. You'd be lying to yourself if you did. But you know, who am I to stop you from lying to yourself? You can do that if you want. Ooh-wee, who's doing what? You got anybody streaming any painting? Is that a thing? Is that a thing that's going on? Let's take a look. Nope, don't play that. Looks like we got Zambies, we got Steiner Miniatures, Alara Kerensky's over there. We have Teal'Sakair doing Orktober, painting some Orky boys. Alright, so you have a choice. You have a choice, chat. Pick Eldar or Orcs. Eldar or Orcs. What do we want? What do we want to see? Do we have a tradition between those two? No, I can't tell time. Was it really an hour and a half? It was not. No, it's... Ah, shit, it was, wasn't it? Ah, damn it. Okay, you're right, it was over an hour. Shit. It's been, you know what? I spent an hour and a half doing the Storm Report, so yeah, my brain's a little mushy by the end of it. Oh, I haven't seen Eldar painting in a while. You're right, though. You're right. The tradition is, in fact, Steiner. And I've never seen him paint Eldar. That's kind of interesting and new for him. On the other hand... Hang on, let me take a look at what Teal'Sakair is doing before I decide. I'm not going to drag this out. Yeah, what are we doing over here? Oh, he's full of shit. He's painting corn. No. Come on, that's nonsense. He's not even painting Eldar. The liar. How dare he? How dare he lead us on that way, chat? I don't even understand it. I am actually going to go ahead and fire us over into Steiner's chat. Whew. Ladies and gentlemen, Locusts and Gentle Mechs, thank you. Thank you. Thank each and every one of you for being here tonight. This has been a fantastic stream. I enjoyed every damn minute of it. Been great to see some old faces, some new faces, right? We got a lot of good new followers today. We got a lot of subs. We got some people who have been in chat before but hadn't come back for a while, and it's always wonderful to see you fantastic. Yeah, he's full of crap. Look, if all you learn from this raid is that Steiner Miniatures is eternally full of shit, you will have learned something useful today. But sometimes that shit pours out in the form of some pretty awesome paint jobs, to be fair. Locust and Gentle Mechs, we're going to be back. We're going to be back painting some more Battletech Tuesday, October the 13th, and then Thursday, October the 15th, we will be firing up Dead Space 3 for the first time as part of our Dead Space Trilogy playthrough. I have not beaten that game. I beat the previous two. I have not beaten 3. That should be a good time. Big thank you to my mods, Project Dark Fox and Cat Ion, who was unable to be here today. I am going to go get something to eat. I'm fucking hungry. So until Tuesday, guys, keep on painting.